there any threat or danger making a film like this?
Yeah, you just wait and see.
My name's Kip. My previous films exposed collusion with government, big pharma, and nonprofit health and environmental organizations.
This controversial documentary,
you seen that?
It's filled with a lot of propaganda.
My name is Cam, and my entire life was church. I even had a career as a Christian musician. Recently, I had to take a step back and question, what would Jesus do?
Does everybody have their WJD bracelets on?
What would he do to kill an animal? Is there a spiritual way to kill an animal?
That I have no idea.
Interesting question.
Is there a right way to kill a beast?
What did Jesus do? You only have to look at the temple.
imagining Jesus with a knife in his hand, slitting the throat of a lamb.
Justified imagery of blood on the streets.
We're talking rivers of blood, thousands and thousands of animals.
So many animals are being slaughtered, just like they were then. It's still happening today.
Back to the educated topic. Tell me how religious doctrine ever made it profit.
The Temple Mount was the major driver of the economy that was functioning at that time.
The temple is the fulcrum of the conflict, that's for sure, and the red heifers are the start of that.
When going against mainstream beliefs, you can expect to be threatened.
My place has been completely ransacked, $10,000 worth of equipment.
Temple committee put the bounties on our heads to kill us.
Jesus Christ was crucified for striking at the root of all there is that is evil.
There's a lot of killing, a lot of blood going on.
The constructive war.
We're closer to a World War III type event than we were yesterday.
Oppression of people.
We're living through the modern day Holocaust.
Because they're just animals.
Look close enough. We can see the hints in paintings and scripture.
Scriptures have been really tampered with.
History is the province of the winners, and now we're living with the consequences.
It's easier to cover up the truth than to talk about it.
I think we need to wrap things up.
I think I have to take this.
A new study is saying your vegetarian hot dog could actually have some meat in it. Food analytics company Clear Labs dissected 345 hot dogs under 75 brands sold at 10 different retailers. They found meat in 10% of dogs labeled vegetarian. In addition, pork was found in hot dogs that are supposed to be kosher. Top it all off, human DNA was found in 2% of samples. Yikes.
The woman who says she found a finger in her bowl of chili at a Wendy's in San Jose, California. We turn now to Ana Ayala and her attorney, Jeffrey Janoff, from Mountain View, California. This discovery about your chili.
Callie to Mike, I'll give you a clue. They're hard and you use them to chew your food. Take a look. This is what the guy says he found in his food. Part of a human tooth, maybe even the top of a crown. According to this complaint filed with the Licking County Health Department, he says this object was sitting on his chicken tenders. In the inspector's report, the restaurant says none of the employees working that shift lost a tooth or tooth cap. The focus of the investigation now turns to the company that makes a prepackaged.
Oh, whoops. I was muted. How's everyone doing out there? Happy Monday. It's November 10th. I'm coming to you live from the Dancing Elephant Bookstore. And we've got a very special show tonight. A very chilling, bone-chilling show tonight a little bit. Just coming off, just coming off Halloween week here a little bit. We got a spooky show, but it's still Scorpio season, so it's plenty time for spookiness. Now, guys, we got a very special guest tonight, if you could probably tell from the trailer there. And don't worry, I'm going to clip off some of that intro. I know that was long, but Cam Waters is here tonight, the co-director of Christspiracy, the explosive documentary that dives into the role of blood sacrifice, the origins of blood sacrifice, Jesus's kind of mission against animal sacrifice, and so on. And we'll let him kind of talk about it a little bit more, but we're going to be talking about that documentary, Cameron Waters, some of the new research he's been working on, some of the research that I've done that kind of ties into some of his work. And guys, without further ado, Cam, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. That intro was awesome. It definitely opened things up really great, especially like you said, post Halloween here. It really sets the mood. I feel like at this point, we might as well just go for the old proverbial jugular, pun intended, on this one, because we already cracked the seal right there with that intro on, how dark this thing can be. So I say we just jump straight into it and make it happen.
Totally. Well, totally. I've got some questions for you first to make sure, for those who don't know you already, that we all kind of get a good introduction to you. Beyond what we saw in that trailer, what is Christspiracy and how did you get involved?
Right. So Christspiracy is an investigative documentary that I made alongside my co-director, Kip Anderson, who has made previous films featured on Netflix even. And this film, Christspiracy, was also meant to be featured on Netflix. It was actually pre-purchased at the beginning of our filming based on just a preliminary number of notes that we gave them after Kip and I met through a very crazy happenstance that we can get into if the conversation goes there. But we were two completely separate people on two very different paths that met in a way and realized that a movie needed to be made about this topic. And like I said, he had his previous success, so it allowed us a foot in the door at Netflix. And then after 7 years and a deep investigation and uncovering a lot, we produced our first edit, and Netflix wasn't fully down with what we produced. And we can get into some of that too, but the short and the sweet on it is they just wanted to vanillify, if that's a word, the film, and they wanted to pull some layers back, pull some factoids back and some things to make it a little less, I guess, controversial. They really wanted to
nerf it. That's a good word, right? They wanted to nerf your documentary.
They wanted to nerf it. Yeah, that's a good one. And really what they wanted to do in a way, because they actually kind of produced a really haphazard, quick edit to show us like where they were thinking, like a little snippet. And it was like David Attenborough, Nat Geo, like beautiful stories about how humans love animals, and then a little bit of the corruption about how we don't always, treat animals properly, and that there's maybe some hypocrisy with some of the religious angle. It was just very, very minimized on the conspiracy and a little more maximized on, just the beautiful, loving story of it all, which is cool. It's its own kind of good film probably, but it's just not what we were doing. And the direction that we took was what we felt was more of the true nature of the storytelling, which is just how deep and corrupt this thing really goes. So long story short, we bought our rights back. We had a couple years where we were wrestling with them, trying to figure out what to do. We launched a crowdfund, and it was amazing. We had tons of people step up and help us out. And we were, I'm pretty sure, don't hold me to it, but I'm pretty sure we're the first and maybe only documentary filmmakers to ever buy our rights back from Netflix or like any major distributor like that. And we've just released independently We released first to theaters. And when we released to theaters, there's a whole second part of the censorship controversy there, because what we'll talk a lot about today, probably, hence the intro, is this whole red heifer sacrifice situation that's really imminent. And we had a section in the film on that the theaters made us pull out of the film. And but we were kind of at a crossroads there where we're like, okay, we already bought our stuff back from Netflix. By the grace of the divine, we've been able to now get this theater deal. We went to thousands of theaters worldwide, which was awesome. But then we got some pushback from the distributor that was like, hey, we need to pull this section out, because it was right around the situation with October 7th, not long after that. And, it was one of those things where we were going to hold to our guns. Then we thought about it. We were like, we could just pull this out, put it in theaters. That gets a lot of people talking about it. And then we can always put it back in digitally. So that's what we ended up doing. So it's fully uncensored on our website, Christspiracy.com. Anyone can go watch it right now. You can even skip off and come back and watch this if you want. But it essentially is like a pay it forward model. So that means that you don't have to pay anything, but if you wish to pay it forward to keep it free on our site and to keep it uncensored, eventually, if we have to, we're going to move to like a YouTube or whatever, but we just feel like it's really safe on our own platform now, just because we've gotten so much pushback from it. We want to make sure that it stays, pure. So that's kind of the intention. And then, what it's about, we can get into that deeper, but before turning it over to you, I'll just say it's essentially a documentary that looks at the ethical nature of how we treat animals on this planet, and specifically dives into the question, using Jesus as kind of like the archetypical moral standard of, the West's, I guess, like ultimate moral hero. And the question, WWJD, what would Jesus do? That kind of permeated the Christian world for a long time. That's my background, as I was raised, in the South, in the Bible Belt, in a Christian household, still a devout Christ follower. And I found at a certain point in my life, which we can get into the backstory on, that I started asking this question: what would Jesus do when it comes to killing and eating animals? Because I wanted to just do it the right way, if there was a way, because I knew there were ethical implications involved. And it sent me down this rabbit hole. And like I said, eventually meeting Kip and finding ourselves going to the Temple Mount in Jerusalem and learning all this about animal sacrifice and blood ritual sacrifice that we're going to talk about today, and who Jesus really was and the Nazarenes really were in regards to that particular topic that hasn't really been discussed widely. It has been discussed by certain scholars and different people over the years, but it's just continually overlooked, suppressed, or avoided. So we went into that, and there's much more to the film, but I'll just leave it at that we asked that question, led us down a crazy 2,000-year cover up, and now here we are in this spot where we're just trying to get the word out to everybody.
Amen. Well, also, I wanted to ask you, I should ask this first maybe. What was kind of your background growing up, and how did you end up vegetarian / an animal advocate?
Yeah, so essentially I was raised, like I said, in the Bible Belt South. I'm actually here in my hometown. And I was living in Los Angeles for a long time, which you'll see in the movie. I actually ended up, I was a gospel, I'm kind of jumping forward. I was a gospel musician because my family in the South were all ministers and gospel singer-songwriters and this and that. And I followed in those same footsteps into my early 20s. And I actually moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in gospel music. And did that for a while, did that until I was about 26, 27 years old, until I pivoted because of this whole journey that I went on. But all that to say, in the film, if you watch it, you'll see that I'm actually living out of my van at a certain point, because I quit my gospel music career to pursue this, and had to live out of my van for 5 years to do that. But before I moved to Los Angeles, I lived in Georgia, just north of your great state of the Garden of Eden, Florida. Yeah. And anyways, so I grew up here and I ate tons of meat, meat eating culture. I was a fisherman. I went 40 miles offshore every summer in Apalachicola, Florida, Mexico Beach area, 40 miles, grouper, snapper, fisher, mahi fishing, all of that every single summer. And then I was a part of a Christian youth hunting club, which is actually featured in our film. I go back and visit my old pastor who ran that, and we go on a hunt together and all that. And then my family, my stepdad was a barbecue restaurant owner. So I was a part of that whole scene and just grubbing on barbecue and helping him make it and all of that. So that was my childhood. We actually had, I don't know if you've ever heard this in the South, but we had this prayer that we used to say that was good food, good meat, good God, let's eat. And that was what we sometimes jokingly said at dinner. So we were totally into that. But what I found was, to get to your actual question, is when I was 18 years old and I started really taking my career seriously as a gospel musician, I wanted to really draw close to God and be a good representation of the faith and everything. And I was looking for a way to up level, if you will. And my family got into the Daniel fast. It was something that became really popular, especially during that time when I was about 17, 18. It was kind of spreading like wildfire through the Protestant scene because of Rick Warren, the guy who wrote Purpose Driven Life. He's like a part of the Oprah Book Club and all that. And he made the Daniel Plan, which was a church-wide kind of go through the motions Daniel fast that you could all do together. We didn't really follow that one. We actually exposed that one in the documentary a little bit. But my mom found out about it through Jensen Franklin, this pastor. Long story short, we did it as a family, a number of us. We cut out all animal products, all processed food really in general, and just ate like fruits and veggies and drank water for 21 days. And the reason why the fast is like that is because in the book of Daniel, there is, at the first chapter, this moment where Daniel, when he's enslaved in Babylon, he's a prophet who's been enslaved in the Babylonian system, and he's an intellectual slave. So he's kind of like not day laborer type slave. He's like, they have him in a space where he can read and write and orate and interpret and everything, because he's really adept, and they want to kind of glean. They want to glean his wisdom for the kingdom. And they're trying to feed him all the choice foods of the king's court because they're the like higher tier slaves. But Daniel refuses. So step one in chapter 1, Daniel says, no meat, no flesh, no wine. And he eats only vegetables, it says, he and his brothers. And then the king's court kind of freaks out, and they're like, well, you can't do that. And he says, well, just test me for 10 days. And after 10 days, he tests stronger, healthier, wiser, and more adept, interpreting dreams, gets promoted to the right-hand man of the kingdom, to Nebuchadnezzar, survives the lion's den, survives getting burned up in a fiery furnace, all these crazy stories that I learned as a kid. But I never learned the diet part as a kid. That was later when I was like 17, 18. So I started doing that, and that's what set off the journey. It just opened the question up, because it was hard for me to do it because I was a big-time meat eater. And once I chose it and did it, it awakened kind of some new questions. I started feeling a difference in my body and my mind and my spirit. And it just sent me down the beginnings of this rabbit hole, if you will.
Yeah. Well, totally. I also lived in my van for a little bit. Also play the drums. Probably not as good as you. I'm more of a guitarist, but so we've got.
I feel like we got a lot in common. Yeah, we got a lot in common. I can feel it big time.
Yeah. And I met you because my friend Seth, who I've also got a lot in common with, put me on to your stuff. I don't know if you know Seth, but I do some content with Seth here and there. Seth Balin, cool. Shout out to him. And then eventually I got linked up through James Benefico, co-host with Aaron Abke. And, that's kind of how we got more introduced. But how did you get introduced to Aaron and that kind of group?
So initially, when we first launched Christspiracy, we had a school. School, the platform, SKOOL?
No, I don't.
It's like a really built out Facebook group. What's his name? Hermosi is like one of the main owners of it now and pushes it a lot. But we had it's like a private Facebook group where you learn, and you can put courses on it and stuff. So we had follow-up content for people to watch after the film in this school where everyone could chat. And one day everyone starts blowing up the chat with this interview about Jesus and the Essenes and vegetarian, blah, 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 just saying all this stuff. And I look and it's this video of Aaron. And so that was my first time I ever saw his content. He was actually on my really good friend's podcast, called Know Thyself is the name of the podcast. It's my good friend, Andre. Andre and I go way back in Los Angeles. We met each other when he was really fresh there. I had already been there for about 10 years, but like we connected because we had a lot of the same thoughts and values and whatever. And then he's gone on to make that in the last years. And so Aaron was on his podcast and I'm like, oh, wow, to my worlds colliding. And so I start seeing his content. I'm like, man, this guy's on his stuff. And then it took a little while. Next thing I know, I'm traveling, screening the film around at Ivy League schools and a number of places I was able to get screenings. And one of them was in Texas. And Aaron and James came to one of my screenings at Texas University, or is it Texas University in Austin? I can't remember. But it was in Austin. So they both showed up and they hung around for the Q&A and we got to talk and rap about all this stuff. And then I circled back through for another screening on that same tour in Austin. And on the second one, I hit him up and told him I was coming. And I ended up spending the night at Aaron's house. And we just geeked out on all this stuff for a while. And we were like, oh, okay, we're really deep on it together. And so we've been, buddies ever since.
So yeah. Now, last question like this, because I think a lot of people think it's interesting, and it's something that I think didn't get as much attention as it should have. You and Aaron ended up going toe-to-toe, head-to-head with Wes Huff and Anton, what's his name?
Wisbisky.
Yeah,
and Stephen, oh shoot, I just forgot Stephen's last name.
Was he the
Boyce,
host?
Dr. Stephen Boyce? No. Anton was the moderator, and Dr. Stephen Boyce was Wes's co-debate partner. Yeah.
Okay. So
it was kind of hard. It's funny you say that. It's kind of hard to tell when you watch it because the moderation was so strange.
That's a good point. But so just real quick, how did that get set up? And my big question is, why didn't we hear about that more? I mean, for some people, they heard about it a lot, but it seemed like Wes Huff, that was kind of coming off the Billy Carson kind of knockout debate, right? And it seemed like they really thought that's what they were going to get with you guys too.
Yeah.
And it didn't go like that.
Yeah.
They might have really thought like they were winning in the first half, but by the second half, it was, they were reluctant to post a lot of that stuff and then ended up double downing, it seemed, on kind of the way you guys, conducted yourself, as if you guys like were treated them terribly or lied the whole time or something. And I thought it was a poor display of character, but I'll let you what was your experience with that and how to get set up?
Yeah. So that's actually a really crazy, serendipitous, wild story. And it would take a little while for me to really map it all out. So I'll skip a lot of the details, but just know it's way crazier than what I'm even about to share. But the short version of the story is essentially, like I said, I had met Aaron briefly with James in Austin. And so we had a little text chain going in the background. And then I had another friend that was kind of debating me via text message on some of my positions that I take since making this film. And one of his texts didn't really sound like him. Like it sounded too learned, if you will, for him. And I was like, where are you getting this from? Is this you? Or are you like, but this was even before ChatGPT. So I couldn't be like, did you get this off ChatGPT? And he was like, oh yeah, you got me. It's actually this guy, Wes Huff. We're in conversation. And I was like, Wes Huff, who is that? And so I look him up and I'd never heard of him before. This is before Billy Carson. So I'm like, oh, who's this guy? And I'm looking into him because he's kind of the guy that's debating me via my friend through text message.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I look on his channel, I look down and he's got some reaction videos to Aaron where he's like, you know, trying to dunk on Aaron and react to some of Aaron's stuff, that material that he had put out. So I'm in a thread with Aaron. So I say, hey, Aaron, have you seen this guy? He's like trying to call you out. And Aaron responds back and he's like, yo, bro, yeah, I have. And get this, he wants to do a debate. And I was like, no way. And so we kind of left the conversation there. And then a day or two later, again, skipping over a ton of details, I had reunited with my buddy Anton, who ended up being the moderator. I knew him through my buddy Andre, who had Aaron on, this whole crazy web of connections. But bottom line, Anton and I got reconnected and we're talking during that time. And Anton sending me this content about Billy Carson and all this crazy stuff that he's exposing. And then a few days later, Anton and Wes and Billy Carson debate, and it blows up and just explodes on the internet, right? And I'm like texting Aaron like, whoa, did you see this? Like, look at what just happened. And then Aaron's like, yeah, bro, it's crazy. And also, Wes doesn't want to debate me solo. He wants to do a 2 versus 2. He's going to bring a scholar, so he wants me to bring someone else. And he's like, I'd love for you to do it. And I kind of actually pushed back. I was like, oh, you should probably get Dr. Tabor or like another scholar. But he's like, nah, man, I want you to do it. I think it'd be great. So then I just said, well, sure, let's go for it. So we started planning it. Come to find out, my buddy Anton was the one who orchestrated the Billy Carson Wes thing. And he was actually behind trying to orchestrate Aaron and Wes. So he ended up being the moderator. And then the whole thing went kind of wild, like you said. I think it just went differently than maybe everyone expected, because we're not just Billy Carson in a few senses. You know, we were coming with a thesis that was a little more built out, maybe with some evidence, et cetera. And you know, I don't want to speak on that too much, but basically it just didn't go the way everyone expected. And so, yeah, it wasn't really talked about. Like, you know, there was a whole round that Wes went on promoting the Billy Carson debate and everyone talking about it, but this one, not so much. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons. But yeah, we can talk about it more if you want.
No, that's great. And if people haven't seen that, they should go check it out. Kind of see both sides, especially hear both sides on what they think happened. But
yeah, I will say, for anyone who watches, I don't want to like sway anyone's opinion, but the interesting thing that I will note, just so everyone can observe, it's really long, for one, probably longer than it needed to be, if the moderation was on point. But we presented this whole series of slides of evidence. And what you'll notice is, as we go on after the main thesis and the slides, they're like rarely, if ever, referred to. And we just kind of got pulled into a lot of these non sequiturs in the debate where we're not actually really staying on and addressing our actual thesis. And, you know, rebuttals are being thrown at us that we don't even like consider necessarily to be evidence, but we were trying to play in that field. And so it became a little, and that's just a product of moderation not being on point, you know, but it is what it is. It was fun. I think we learned a lot. I enjoyed it. We had a good time. So.
And I guess I would like to point out, it seems like something that really bothers people, especially meat-eating Christians, is the topic of animal sacrifice. It's really neglected by so many Christians, or kind of minimized, the fact that Jesus made a firm stance against the sacrificial system at the temple.
Yeah.
Why should people today care about maybe some of these ancient stories? I've got my own answer. I know where we're going to kind of lead this into, but, you know, why should someone today who's maybe isn't a vegetarian or doesn't care about Christianity or doesn't care about, you know, animal sacrifice, why should they be interested in something like Christspiracy? And maybe why is it relevant today? You know, why should we really care about it? Why is it urgent? Because I think it is urgent.
There's so many reasons why it is, and I know where we're going with it, so I'll try to on-ramp us there by saying that whether you are vegan, vegetarian, care about eating meat or not, whether you're a Christian, atheist, Muslim, Hindu, whatever, the fact of the matter is the Temple of Jerusalem is essentially the Death Star of planet Earth. So if you think of the Star Wars universe,
Yeah.
you've got the Rebel Alliance and you've got the Imperial Order, and it's all centered around the Death Star. And so whether you subscribe to Jesus as a myth, Jesus as a historical person, we could argue about that all day. I know where I stand on that. Everybody's got their opinions. You can't argue with the fact that there was a Nazarene movement, that there was a historical movement. Just set aside the man of Jesus for a second. That's the Rebel Alliance. Okay. The Imperial analogy from Star Wars is the Sanhedrin and the Pharisaical system of Judaism at the time, in bed with King Herod in Rome, and then essentially Emperor Palpatine and all that is Rome. And so, and then the Death Star is the temple. Okay. And so you've got this crew of Rebel Alliance that goes in and throws down on the Death Star, just like they did in Star Wars. And it's one of the most significant events in history, because everything that we feel is like evil or wrong with the world on so many levels, pick the rabbit hole, pick the red pill, pick the truther path, whichever way you want to go down it. I promise you, if you go down it far enough, it goes back to the animal sacrificial bloodletting system.
Right.
So
Totally.
that's why it's important to everyone.
100%. And that kind of goes back to the other point about blood sacrifice being such an uncomfortable topic for a lot of Christians, because I think many don't realize their type of Christianity has kind of been reformatted to allow for animal sacrifice, whereas I think authentic Christianity is averse to animal sacrifice. And what I mean by that is you've got a lot of Christians today who are kind of anticipating the reconstruction of the temple in Jerusalem, right? And this is to add to kind of what you said, I'd say why people should care about this is Israel, Palestine, Zionism as a whole. All of this is directed towards the re-implementation of the sacrificial system in Jerusalem at the temple, and they're doing that right now.
Yeah.
To add to that, to mark, to kind of show how close we are. Who's heard of the red heifer prophecy? Who's heard of the red heifers being bred in America? Right now, that was a big part of Christ's spiracy, and I think Cam mentioned they interviewed the gentleman involved with the breeding of those cows in Texas. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Now, yep. Now those cows are being prepared, and one may have already been sacrificed, it seems. Cam was very early to report on that as well. And that received a lot of attention. Your video about the red heifer mock sacrifice, preparation sacrifice, maybe a distraction, but at the same time, a real kind of disguised as a distraction or disguised as a preparation. It might have been the real thing, some are saying.
Yeah.
This should be relevant to all of us. How many wars are going to be fought in the Middle East over Zionism? And, there's a lot of reasons people could stand against Zionism, and I'm not saying people automatically have to, but Christians should really be thinking about, what is this all heading towards? The Messiah that's being awaited in Jerusalem is probably not the Messiah the Christians want to show up again, right?
Right.
And October 7th, you could make the argument, was triggered by the steps being taken towards this red heifer sacrifice. And like I said, Zionism as a whole, the reason they want that land is specifically for the temple.
Right.
In the, in the opinions of many.
Well, it's
That's what
called
they would-
it's on Mount Zion. I think that people don't realize that literally Zion is it's the
Yeah.
holy city, but really it's the Temple Mount. Like a lot of times when scripture's referencing the holy mountain, that's Zion, and it's meant to be the mountain that the temple sits on.
Totally.
To your point, yeah.
Now, I also wanted to introduce there's one more thing I wanted to ask you about, but just on the topic of Zionism and kind of why we should all care. If you guys are out there and you're interested in things like Freemasonry or exposing Freemasonry, or being suspicious of kind of world domination plots, right? Well, this is very relevant to that too. Freemasonry is essentially a Hermetic order that is built around the idea of legitimizing a 3D real Temple of Solomon. Freemasonry is essentially, what do they call it? The temple craft, right? It's all about architecture, stone masonry, the jargon of stone masons being used as metaphors for self-improvement, right? And things like that, but also occult studies, right? That's what happens at Freemasonic lodges.
Right.
So not many people think about the fact that it's all having to do with Solomon. Freemasons believe they trace their organization all the way back to Solomon, who built the first temple, which is where all these animal sacrifices were then implemented. And they happened with a couple disturbances, right? A couple gaps here and there, all the way up until the time of Jesus, when they're halted for at least a whole day, right? May have even crashed the economy in that part of Rome because of the temple system being paused for a whole day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Freemasonry serves on the world stage to legitimize the concept of building a new temple. It's the logical conclusion of so much of their kind of mythology and terminology, is that if you're talking about this temple all day, aren't you going to be in support of it actually being built when the time comes? I think that's one of the big aims of Freemasonry. The fact that Freemasonry originated in northern, the British Isles. Israel used England, Britain, to, get themselves the Holy Land, to capture the Holy Land, to carve out, the Holy Land and fuel the Zionist movement. So Zionism movement largely also headquartered in England, in the UK, and Freemasonry comes out of there. So there's a lot more to be said about Freemasonry, but if you care about that stuff, just try and kind of see how that may also lead to this temple. For those who don't know, Israel wants to rebuild the third temple so that they can resume animal sacrifices to welcome their Messiah, who is not Jesus, but they have convinced many Christians in America especially that this somehow Messiah, who they didn't believe in the first time, will be the Messiah that all the Christians believe in this time around,
Yeah.
Many would say that this Messiah they're waiting for is actually the Antichrist. So there you go. That's an overview of kind of how this leads into the geopolitics of today. This is the core issue of the Zionism conflict in Israel and Palestine. So
yeah, 100%. And if, what we cover in the film, if anyone's still skeptical of that, is, Hamas themselves stated leading into it on multiple different reports through news outlets. But then on the 100 days after October 7th, they did a declaration. The main leader, I forget his name, but one of the spokespersons for Hamas literally said it was the arrival of the red heifer that sparked the quickening of the plans to do some kind of invasion. It was actually called the Al-Aqsa Wave or the Al-Aqsa Flood, if you remember that. And Al-Aqsa is the mosque on the Temple Mount. It's the old mosque. And the reason why they name it that and why they feel so threatened by the red heifers is because the Temple Institute, which is a nonprofit org in Israel who is building out the architecture and the plans to build the third temple based on what they believe is the original designs and everything. They state plainly on their website that in order for the temple to be rebuilt, for the sacrifices to commence, that Al-Aqsa and the Dome of the Rock have to be demolished. So if you can only imagine the chaos that would erupt in the Islamic world if Al-Aqsa and the Dome of the Rock was demolished, that should frame why this is such a big, hot, contentious issue, because that's the third holiest site to them. That's the one interesting thing about the Temple Mount too, is it's a holy site for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So you've got this. That's why I say it's like this Death Star. It's this convergence point of all the Abrahamic religions. And in fact, it's believed to be the place, where Abraham was gonna supposedly sacrifice his son Isaac and then sacrifices the ram instead. And it's where Muhammad is taken on a flight with an angel and all these things. It's got all these connections with the prophets. So
one sec, Cam. It was so hard to just find a picture of this. A year ago, you could find dozens and dozens of pictures of this altar.
Right.
This is the only one. I've just been looking for like 2 minutes. This is the first picture I found of it. They're building like a mock or model altar with a ramp straight out of Exodus, right? It looks like.
Right.
With the ramp style, no steps. And this is the actual altar that or at least a model that they're preparing to use in these type of rituals. And that preparation or practice ritual, they didn't do it on this high altar, right? They did it on just kind of a bundle of like logs, right?
Yeah. And it's supposed to be per
a pyre.
Yeah, it's supposed to be per numbers, and I think some of the additional rabbinical commentary, like it's supposed to be on the Mount of Olives looking at the temple, and I think this wasn't actually at the spot on the Mount of Olives, but they do have, this to just show how there is government involvement and support outside of even just this small org, is they were able to purchase this property on the Mount of Olives, and they needed, local city support to be able to do that. They actually brought the 5 red heifers in through a loophole as pets on American Airlines jets, and then the Ministry of Agriculture of Israel was there to greet them when they brought the red heifers in. So it's like, some people will try to argue that it's just some crazed sectarian thing that's really small and it, no one cares about it. But that's so far from the case. The government supporting this. Actually, I think there's a figure that's gone out now that I think 40 to 50% of Israel supports the rebuilding of the third temple now. It might even be higher, but I remember there was a debate between Andrew, what's that guy's name? The Orthodox guy that debates everybody online. He's one of the Ortho Bros.
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson. Yeah. Andrew Wilson and Apostate Prophet had a debate on should Christians support Zionism or not. And one of the points that Andrew made was the numbers, the percentage of the support that they actually have. I mean, think about it. 40 to 50% support is a lot when you consider that most people would think, oh, Tel Aviv, it's all progressive. Like, no, I mean, that's a big amount and it's only growing. So
yeah,
we're talking about like a movement, a really big movement. And that's just in Israel. So now then you've got to factor in, like you were saying, Connor, that you've got American evangelicals that are into this thing in Texas and all around. We're talking about millions of people and millions of dollars to support this whole thing. So
totally. Now, real quick here, guys, we've got 610 people in the chat here. That's tremendous. We didn't know if this was going to be as exciting for some of the viewers as, the Florida content. I know it is. It is for me. But thank you all for tuning in. Very blessed to have you all here. thanks for caring about this message, and thanks for turning out, guys. Since you're all here, I'd really like it if you guys disagree with anything. If you've got any questions, comments, testimonies, or testimonials, things like that, we're going to be doing a follow-up stream. Might take the calls in this stream, might switch over to the second stream. We'll see how it goes, see how long we go. But if you've got any questions, if you want to challenge anything, you want to tear our heads off, you can call in and challenge us. Or if you just, like I said, you want to say something nice, totally call in and say something nice too. But that'll be coming up. So save your comments, save your, write your questions down if you got any. And thanks to all 600 of you for being here. We've got William Quigley became a member. Thanks, William. Jophiel's Flame, or Jofi is Flame, with the 199. She says, this is going to be lit, folks. Love Cam's work. Jofi again says, ask Cam if Vatican reached out since film release.
No, but we did. I mean, so we went there, we interviewed, one of the guys at the Vatican University. It's in the film.
Yeah.
But we haven't heard anything particularly. We were really close. We were trying to see, there was a chance that we might get a really chance brief encounter to like just say a sentence to the Pope at one point, but it didn't work out. But we have some.
What would you ask him? Were you going to ask him, how would Jesus kill an animal?
Yeah, how would Jesus kill an animal? If you don't have an answer, watch Christspiracy and make a comment on it. I don't know. We wanted to challenge them to like watch it and pull together some people to like, if you watch it, then we'll donate to some charity in your name or just something to like incentivize. He probably won't, but maybe he will. I should actually not say that because maybe I should believe in the best. But yeah, we haven't had a direct statement from them in any way, but there's a lot being dug into right now in terms of like so many pieces. People think about the Vatican secret archives and all this as like the ultimate treasure trove, and it is in a lot of ways, but there's still so much more out there outside of even the Vatican that me and many others are tracking down on this story. So they're not the end all be all. Let's say that.
Totally. We've got one more comment here, one more super chat with Rob Piper. The $3 says, thank you, Dr. Narco Longo. This topic is so important. Thank you, Rob.
Oh, yeah.
So okay, we're talking about animal sacrifice. We're talking about Zionism, the red heifer kind of prophecy going on. Now, in Christspiracy, you were actually on site at the temple, right? And not many people understand the gravity, the magnitude of the animal sacrifice in the, just specifically the years leading up to Jesus's time. Yep. What would the temple have looked like on an average day? Now, would you like to share kind of anything you think would be surprising to people when they think about the temple and, how it used to be constructed? You talk about like those blood gutters and things like that. You want to give a rundown of kind of what did the temple look like day to day in the time of Jesus?
Right. So, yeah, I guess to start with, just for anyone who isn't familiar, that maybe wasn't raised in a Christian tradition or like a Western religious tradition, the way it's presented when you learn about the temple, which is not even really that much to start with, really, what I knew about the temple growing up was that Jesus cleansed it. And it was the story that was told, at Easter time or Palm Sunday, which is believed to be when it probably happened. And for those people that believe that none of this stuff happened, just so you know, there is a popular consensus amongst all scholars of biblical history and theology across the board, those who believe in Jesus in their faith and those who don't, and everything, and all of the, there's a consensus across all of them that this event actually happened. Like, this is one that they hang their hat on. And essentially it's this event where Jesus goes in and he, the famous story is he turns over the tables of the money changers, and he's mad at them for making the temple a marketplace, and he whips some people and throws down and quotes some scripture. And then, not long after that is when he's tried and arrested and then crucified. But what I realized when I started making this film is there's some gaps in the story of that. Mm-hmm. One of the main ones is that I never noticed until, I started digging into this, that even in our own canonical gospels, this story about the money changers is actually a bit secondary. So in all 4 gospels, first the cattle dealers are mentioned, not by that name, but they're called merchants. But most people don't realize that the merchants, the people selling goods, in one of the gospels it says he drove out those who were buying and selling. The only goods being sold were animals for sacrifice. Mm-hmm. So that's what it's specifically talking about. And they're all mentioned first in all 4 gospels. And in Luke's gospel, one of the 4, the money changers aren't even mentioned at all. So clearly they're actually a secondary part of the story. So that was interesting when I realized that, because I'm like, well, everybody knows it's the turning of the tables and the money flying and, in all the Jesus movies. Then in John's gospel, it's actually very specific that, in the earlier ones, the doves are mentioned, that he actually frees the doves from the temple who were there for sacrifice. They had pigeons or doves there to be sacrificed on the altar. But in John's gospel, it specifies that he frees the oxen and the sheep from the temple as well. And that the whip that he's got, I always imagine it was to just whip the people. There was probably some of that going on, but he's also shooing the animals out, helping make sure they know to get out and get out fast. Mm-hmm. So that paints this whole different picture when you see the gospel. So I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting. And then around the time that I started a lot of the really deep research on the temple aspect of this was when the book Zealot came out by Reza Aslan, massive book that disrupted the whole scene for a while there in the early to mid 2000s or whenever it came out. And in that book, in the opening 2 chapters, it paints a picture of the temple and what it was really like. And he's an amazing writer, by the way. But he builds on all of this extra canonical material that we have, from Josephus to the Talmud to the Midrash to everything, to really understand what this place is really like. And what he describes is just gory, stinky, nasty is what the picture is. Smoke billowing everywhere from all the burning carcasses, blood everywhere, screaming and loud music and sounds and all of this. And I'm like reading that like, whoa, this is not the picture.
Yeah, real quick, Cam. I want us to emphasize how I think a lot of people know about burnt offerings. A lot of people expect burnt offerings, piled up on some logs or a pyre. It's like, people kind of think of it like a barbecue and, it's pleasing to God. It really is minimized, the bloodshed aspect, right?
Yeah.
It's always just kind of already sizzling on the fire.
Right.
It's kind of like, you don't see the butcher make your food, right? We don't always see what happened before the burnt offering. So how much, for example, like in the Talmud, they talk about some of the accounts of how deep the blood was. They actually say up to the ankles or up to the knee. Yeah. The blood was pooling so high in some areas.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. I mean, people never think about carnage on that scale. Even when they're looking at the Old Testament in the most critical light, saying, oh, God commanded these people to kill those people, boo-hoo, boo-hoo.
Yeah.
But they really gloss over how barbaric this environment that Jesus was stepping into was. And again, this is going to tie into what's happening today is, even if you're a flesh eater, we're not talking about bow and arrow out in the woods, you and your quarry, right?
Yeah.
People talk about hunters being a more righteous form of getting meat. That's a total universe from senseless, sin-based animal sacrifice, basically saying humans sinned, therefore these animals must pay for it. Now, this also kind of begs the question, Cam, and I know it's talked about a lot in your documentary, but how did we even get into animal sacrifice? Like, why is that even a thing by the time Jesus comes around? And did God ever even intend it? Do your best to kind of tackle that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess just to finish the framing of that, it'll help actually tell the story. Is that
totally?
You mentioned the blood up to the shins. It's also mentioned from Josephus that there's like hundreds of thousands of animals being killed on just 1 week alone at Passover. And I think in the Midrash or Talmud, one of the extra canonical materials, the commentaries from rabbinical Judaism, they talk about millions of animals being killed, probably conflated, overblown number. I don't even know how that would even be possible. But then again, as we can maybe talk about later, I went to a ritual temple animal sacrifice, the largest one that still exists in the world, the Gadamai Festival. And there were hundreds of thousands of animals killed there. So I know that it's possible. I just don't know how they did it within that particular system. But to wrap that up, I was able to go there. It's in the movie Christspiracy. Definitely watch it. You can see where essentially I was going to investigate and see how this temple could even operate like that with all of that blood. There would have to be, these drainage systems, which I actually found were called shishin. It's this ancient name for the holes at the bottom of the altar where it would drain to the underworld. But it was also said to eventually hit gutters and go down to the Kidron Brook or the Valley of Hinnom, which is Gehenna, which is where Jesus is talking about when he says hell. Like most people don't realize when he says talking about hell, he's pointing or talking to Gehenna, which is the Valley of Hinnom, which is where all the blood and the bones and everything flow from the animals. But anyhow, I was walking through this new excavation that I was able to get to at the Temple Mount. And here I am looking to try to see if I can figure out through this chart that I was following where those drainage holes would be. And, I'm thinking a little gutter, a little hole. And then the next thing I know, I see a sign and some markings and talk to someone and realize I'm actually walking through the hole.
Right.
It's that big. It's so huge for the gallons and gallons and gallons and gallons of water. So that's
blood. Gallons of water or gallons of blood?
Sorry, gallons of blood. There probably was water that went through it too when they had to wash it out and everything as well. But no, for gallons of blood, it went right under the main street where people walked up. So anyhow, to your question, how did it get there to all these millions of animals? It's a big question. It was a big part of the debate that we had with Wes, to come full circle on that. Is one of our main debate points, along with who were the early Christians, really, the Nazarenes and the Ebionim, their earliest names. But what were they really about? And the fact that there was this contention with animal sacrifice and that God never commanded it. So there's this idea throughout the Old Testament, or the Hebrew Bible is probably the better terminology. Most Christians know it as the Old Testament, but it's the Hebrew Bible. It's the Bible that Jesus would have read. It's all the first half in our modern day Bibles. And essentially throughout the entire story, you see this tension between the priests and the prophets around this issue of animal sacrifice. So you've got the story beginning in Genesis at the creation of the world and this beautiful paradise, paradiso. We can talk about that. I know you've got some points on that etymology there, but you've got this paradise where humans and animals are all living in harmony. Genesis 1:29 specifically states, after the command for dominion over the animals, that humans have a diet that consists only of fruits of trees and herbs bearing seed, etc. And then the animals even have a herb-based diet or a plant-based diet, meaning no predation of animals eating other animals. So this is this paradise that the original world was created in their creation story. And then from there, you move into, after the fall and sin enters the world and everything, you move into this digression where slowly but surely you start to see this animal sacrificial ritual come into play. And without getting lost too in the weeds, you know, this is something you and I have been talking about a lot, Connor, is that even in our own canonical text, there's
who's that? Who are you talking about?
Oh,
who's that?
Doctor.
No, thank you.
Doctor.
No, that's okay. I don't care. Let her rip.
So we see even in our canonical text that the animal sacrifices over and over again, we assume when we read them that it's something God wanted, but God never commands them. In the story of Adam and Eve, it's often believed that, you know, there's an animal slain to clothe them but there's no mention of an animal being slain. There's nothing like that. The coats of skins or whatever, tunics of skins, could be referring to the actual skin of the human body because they were light beings before. And even if it was an animal, you know, God could have created the animal skin out of nothing, just like he created. I mean, there's so many explanations, but there's no mention of an animal being killed. So there's nothing there. You go forward to Cain and Abel. There's no mention of an altar or a sacrifice. The animal's just kind of given to the wilderness, or like we've talked about, it could be the fat from the lamb, the lanolin, the milk or something, but not an actual slaying of the animal. And then when you finally get to the killing in Noah and Abraham, neither of those situations is there a message from God to kill an animal. The humans choose that. Noah chooses that. Abraham chooses that. So all of that to say, even in our own canonical text, we see this issue where there's no command for sacrifice. And then all of a sudden, at some point, we find ourselves post-Moses in the Levitical laws, where there's this crazy list of all these reasons and ways that you have to sacrifice animals, from everything as menial as, you know, thinking the wrong thought to having your period if you're a woman or whatever it is. And there's all these reasons why you have to sacrifice animals. And then here come the prophets, you know, the greats, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Hosea, Micah, Zephaniah. All of them have these different verses where they're condemning sacrifice. You know, Hosea, which is quoted twice by Jesus, says, I desire mercy, not sacrifice, obedience rather than burnt offerings. And Jeremiah, famously in Jeremiah 7:22, God did not command sacrifices when he called your fathers out of Egypt. He said, obey my voice and you'll be my people. So many of these verses throughout the Old Testament that I was never taught, that God never commanded this. But you'll hear, and everyone, you know, there'll probably be people in the comments saying, well, wait a minute, what about this? What about that? I don't want to get into every detail. We can maybe bring it to the debate and we'll get more specific, but I kind of wanted to give you this overarching narrative that by the time Jesus comes along and the temple's got millions of these sacrifices going on, it's essentially a slaughterhouse. And it's not even essentially a slaughterhouse. It is a slaughterhouse. I want to be really clear with that our slaughterhouse, that's another reason why this is so important for people today, whether you ascribe to any of this stuff or not, is that the temple is the model for the first slaughterhouse system. Before temples of any religion, because it's not just even Judaism that had a temple animal sacrificial ritual. This is ancient Mesopotamia. This is in India and the East, with like the Brahmins fell into this, the whole thing. These temples are the model for mass producing animal flesh for cities. Okay, for urban centers. Before that, the only animal killing was very nomadic, very scarce, or it was hunting, which is really, you know, resource intensive from the sense of like, you got to go out and spend days and your energy, and you may not even get a kill or whatever. So this is this new form of industrialized animal killing at mass scale, like you mentioned. So by the time of Jesus, we've got the temple slaughterhouse, and he's grown up with these prophets, you know, Jeremiah, Isaiah, that he's quoting all throughout the scripture, who are at war in a way with the priests over this issue. And most people don't see it. And there's a lot of historical record that we have of the Nazarenes, you know, Jesus the Nazarene, and their particular stance against this. And so we can get into all that, but that's the scene that's set in the first century when Jesus is in the Nazarenes are walking the earth, is that there's this massive Death Star of blood and chaos that's right at the center of what's supposed to be God's religion, and they just don't see it that way.
Totally. And I like what you said about this kind of being the blueprints for the meat industry almost, or getting most people hooked on the daily consumption of flesh.
100%.
Yeah. About how integral that was to some religious movements, including Hinduism, which, your documentary points out. A lot of people kind of generalize Hinduism and say, oh, well, I thought they were the vegetarian ones, or I thought they're more vegetarian, Of course, there's many sects and many different, variations of Hinduism, but the second largest sect. So to be specific, if we're going to, point a finger, it's the second largest sect of Hinduism is the one that does the most animal sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
It's very widespread. That's not niche. And many of them may be vegetarians, but still condone animal sacrifice. They might not be vegetarians for the same reason as vegetarians in the West. Not always. So also, oh, sorry. I think I might have a loop. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Also in ancient Greece, if you'll look back at what the old Greek philosophers said about the consumption of flesh, they often point back to a golden age when no one would even consider eating flesh. We ate fruit, we ate like the gods, we ate what the gods ate, what do they call it? Not manna, but what did they call it in Greece? Ambrosia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in ambrosia or something like that. The fleshless ideal was there in Greece, in ancient Greece as well.
Yeah.
Many of the philosophers talk about how it was in those days, way before, Jesus's day. You had the temple system in Athens, for example. They would be sacrificing animals and be selling it off to the lower caste, the lower, more impoverished people were the only ones who could stomach flesh like that, on a daily diet, because it was being discarded. It's like if you ever watch The Lion or the Tiger King, how he feeds his whole zoo with discarded meat from all the, grocery stores and stuff. It's the bottom of the barrel. You would think 20-year-old grains would be the bottom of the barrel of poverty food. Oftentimes it's flesh and old flesh and things that have been dead for a long time.
Yeah.
But so okay, let's tie this into today. Okay, no, actually, there was one other thing in your documentary that I think everyone needs to hear about because it blew my mind. And you talk about it outside of your documentary too. Here, we got some comments here. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Rob T R2D with the $10 says, imagine us all destroyed. Oh boy, here we go. Due to beliefs / desires of these desert demons and their Masonic aides. If only there was a world leader who would stop them. Wonder what type mustache she'd have. I don't know. A small one? You tell us. Wojo with the $5 says, I had to stop elephant hunting because the decoys were too heavy. Rob T R2D with $5 says, current leaders / media Hollywood folks practice blood sacrifice, false god worship on the world stage. They deceive us into participating. Jofi is flame again with the $10. Make sure you leave a little for rent, Jofi, okay? Make sure you leave a little, put food on the table. But,
just FYI too, we're going to get into that, the blood stuff in the occult and the high level and how this all connects. So we're going to get into that.
Jofi with another $9.99. Have you heard of Vicky Joy Anderson's work, particularly on demons and parasites, how both need a host to survive? Interesting, for as much meat is eaten in the U.S., talks of parasite cleansing are rare. Medium rare, I would say, right?
Yeah. That was a good one.
Yeah. You got the kit in the Airstream?
Dude, I used to have it back here by where the poster is back there. I don't have it up right now. I used to have one of those little Questlove kits. Years ago, I had tons of really nice kits when I played professionally, but then I downsized to this little Questlove kit that I had in here. And now I'm saving up. I'm saving up for an electric one because I got a baby now, and I want to kind of, lower the volume a little bit.
You're gonna get the Mark of the Beast drum kit that you have to use your RFID chip to turn on.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we certainly hope not. That's another thing we'll get into today too. That's the other. I mean, I'm telling you, every rabbit hole, chipping, tracking, all of it comes back to this animal sacrificial thing. So
that's what I wanted to get into. That's my next question, is the thing I want everyone to know about your documentary. The thing I want you to explain to people a lot more is, I don't know how I got off track just a sec there, but you pointed out to me, not directly, but you're the first person I heard it from ever. Feel free to give credit, wherever you think it's due, but I heard it from you first, that humans learned, let's say it like this, most people in kind of this truther community are against the RFID chip push. They're against the digital ID. They're against the AI surveillance. They're against the forced vaccinations. They're against the contact tracing. They're against the you name it.
Yeah.
They're all against that. But when it comes to animals, they don't bat an eye. In fact, a lot of those same nationalistic, farmers who are kind of leading the fight against big institutions, sometimes they're guilty of this same stuff. You pointed out to me how, as humans, we almost deserve the same treatment. Not going to, maybe that's a strong way to put it, but you could make the case that we have earned that treatment by ingesting that type of food. That's how we treat our animals. RFID chip them, force impregnation, abortion. You know how many people won't bat an eye at abortion in humans, but then they they'll abort their cows or this or that, or they'll play God in another way and force impregnate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the double standard the hypocrisy is astounding. So just kind of on that whole topic, there's so much to say about it. How did you kind of put that together? And please do a better job than me in kind of fleshing that out. Like, how does that dynamic work? And just real quick, we've all heard things like, so long as there are slaughterhouses, there will be battlefields. This is kind of that same principle, right?
Yeah, I believe that's Leo Tolstoy, one of the great philosophers, that said that one. Pythagoras said something similar, and so did Da Vinci. So it's really a great example of, Jesus's ultimate tenet, but the kind of flip side version, which is the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you, or as it's said in Matthew, do not do unto others as you do not want done to you. And we really have this boomerang effect, if you will, of our actions coming back to us with the RFID chips, chipping, tracking, tracing, confining, vaccinating, forced death, forced birth, everything pre-planned, cloning, what else? Genetic modification, transhumanism, all the things that we're alarmed about in this kind of whole sphere of top tier, top down government control. What is the government trying to do to us in these scenarios? They're trying to control the herd. Listen to that word, the herd. I mean, we heard it all the time, during the COVID situation, herd immunity, right? And why is that? Well, let's just stick with that example to start off with. Inoculations, vaccinations, they all began with livestock. In fact, the word vaccine comes from the Latin root vacca, which means cow. Okay. That's the Latin word for cow. Why?
Hang on. Can you say that one more time?
Yeah. So the word vaccine comes from the Latin root vacca, which means cow in Latin. And the reason why is because cows were the first recipients of the first vaccines during the cowpox epidemic, where essentially cells from sick cows were injected into well cows to try to build herd immunity. And from that system, the pharmacia, the pharmacy, the pharmaceuticals, the industry that we've dealt with through these situations now, regardless of what you believe pro or against, the fact remains that they were developed on livestock. And in fact, all of the quote unquote epidemics, pandemics, however you want to label them, in some way, shape, or form, root back to livestock based illness. And, you know, a lot of them are called zoonotic diseases. Actually, you maybe have heard that because they come from animal based systems. You've got swine flu, you've got bird flu, you know, influenza, that the list, you go down the line and all of it traces back to some form of animal livestock husbandry. And the reason why is because when you confine animals all in these spaces and they're all mixing with each other's feces and other types of bodily fluids and stressed and confined and everything, it breeds a certain kind of disease. There's a really famous book called Germs, Guns, and Steel by Jared Diamond. It actually won a Nobel Prize, I believe. And it outlines how the ultimate destroyer of empires and the ultimate tool of the reason why some of the empires won over others is essentially bringing zoonotic disease along with them, because certain populations that were domesticating animals eventually got immune-ish to them, but then when they hit other indigenous populations, they weren't immune to those same diseases and it wiped them out. So there's that idea. So anyways, now in our day, we've got 90 billion land animals killed every year for food consumption alone. And that's not even including fishes. If you include fishes that we catch from the ocean and farming and everything, you're talking countless trillions. It's not even countable. But even 90 billion is a large number. It's hard to fathom. So just to put it into perspective, that's like killing the entire human population every single year 10 times over. So that's how many animals are in this agriculture system. And 99% of those 90 billion are in factory farms. All of this is verifiable. You can Google it right now. Now, what does that mean? That means that all of those beings are chipped, tracked, traced. I mean, you got a picture there. You can see we know the number on the ear. That's enough to know that they're just a commodity, a number. But it's gone so far as that they actually are chipped and tracked. I mean, this is a real thing. It's like how they do with pets now, so that you can keep track of them if you're a pet owner, but they all have it so they can like optimize the herd, learn from their biometric data. That's another one, you know, the biometric data of how health reports are going to be, you know, if people get chipped and everything. They're doing all that on livestock already, and they're vaccinating them. They're pumping them full of hormones. They're genetically modifying them. They're force confining them, which we know happened to us in reverse through the whole COVID scenario and the lockdowns and all of that. So bottom line, you know, we could go on for a long time about it. The analogies are endless, but it's essentially a boomerang effect. And to your point about like giving other credit, you know, a lot of this I did learn just through my own research, but I also did bolster my confidence in some of the more meticulous facts, just so that everyone can go deeper on this topic if you're interested. There's an amazing book by a guy named Will Tuttle that we actually feature in our film called Food for Freedom. And he has multiple chapters on this phenomenon. And I mean, once you go down and you really look at it, it's undeniable that it's essentially we are experiencing the blowback effect of our own actions towards billions and billions of sentient creatures. And not only that, to take it a step further, now with the onset of AI, the real issue that we have to contend with is as artificial intelligence becomes super intelligence, which is what everyone's talking about happening at any moment, or maybe it's already happened and we just don't know about it yet. There's a lot of debate about that, but that's essentially the moment when AI collectively becomes smarter than the smartest human. Okay. Now, I know that's the idea, but regardless, the point is, let's say this is a possibility. Let's say it's a possibility.
That thing's gonna have to smoke a lot of weed before it catches up to me. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. A, we need Dr. AI, screw Chat GPT. But what I was gonna say is, you know, if AI gets to the point of super intelligence, that would make us the lesser intelligent being in that scenario. And there's a famous AI alarmist named Ben Goertzel. He's been in multiple AI documentaries. I actually learned about him in 2012 when I saw the movie Transcendent Man that was blowing the whistle on transhumanism and all that stuff all the way back then. And Ben Goertzel actually says, if super intelligence treats humans the way we treat pigs, we're screwed. It's like a famous quote of his. And actually, his work in AI led him to go vegetarian and then eventually vegan, just out of fear, because he realized that artificial intelligence, it's really just human intelligence amplified. It builds all of its knowledge on human systems. And so most likely artificial intelligence will learn or model how to treat lower sentient life forms the way we treat lower sentient life forms. Yeah. So therefore, we're screwed if it treats us the way we treat livestock. So that's another kind of piece of the puzzle to really keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, vaccinate comes from vaca, from cow.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that crazy how no one talks about that?
Crazy.
Vaca vaccine.
Oh, were you pulling up a mic drop earlier? Is that what you were trying to do?
A little bit. No. I've got a couple in the got a couple here that we can use, but guys, we got 720 in the chat. This is huge. We've never seen anything like it. Okay, it's huge. And great turnout here tonight. Now let's see where else we're gonna go with this.
Well, I think we eventually we're going to blood and fast food. So I have I have a good transition actually into that with a little piece of information that I think will tie the history of the Nazarene Jesus temple sacrifices stuff to that conversation.
Okay.
So we were talking a bit earlier about, like you mentioned, the difference between the burnt offerings and then the blood sacrifice, and even kosher, and the idea of the ritual bloodletting from the neck in the kosher ritual. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but you know, the kosher mandate that most slaughterhouses follow wholly or at least partially throughout the day to meet their standards for their kosher requirement requires the blood to be spilled out all over the ground from the animal's neck, and this whole thing that isn't the process, you know, in just standard slaughterhouse methods. Well, this is this ancient practice, this bloodletting practice, right? And when we look in the scripture, you know, all the way back to the time of Noah, this is something that you articulate really well a lot, Dr. Longo, is that you know, in the time of Noah, when this first sacrifice, so to speak, is committed in the Hebraic sense through Noah after the flood, when you really read between the lines of the text and just literally on the lines of the text, you see God never commands this. And actually, once God realizes what's going on, God's angry and says that animals are going to have fear and dread over humans from this point. And he cuts man's lifespan to 120 years because before that, apparently they were living much longer. And he makes this stark warning: you will not have flesh with the blood, and there will be an accounting for every human and animal's blood that is spilled. And I know, Connor, you'll probably talk about this, but this has remnants of the idea of Cain and Abel and the first human murder in the scripture, where, you know, Abel's blood hits the ground and it's like the blood cries out from the ground. So there's this idea that there's something about the blood that's sacred, and it says in the scripture that there's life in the blood, is the way that it's termed, and that's why you aren't to consume it or do things with it. And essentially that life in the blood is this idea of the nephesh, you know, the spirit, the ruach or the nephesh in the blood. It's what's linked to, you know, our sentience and our ultimate consciousness that's flowing, that we share with the other sentient beings on the planet. And so there's this big prohibition and no, you know, about blood. However, what we see is there's this whole blood ritual that's going on in the temple at Jesus's time that develops over time. And the interesting piece, one of the big revelations from our film, Christspiracy, spoiler alert, if you want to watch the film and have the full experience, maybe just pause this part and come back in a second. But I'll just go ahead and share that one of the big reveals that really solidifies the idea that Jesus was specifically doing a full frontal attack on the sacrificial system is based on what he said as recorded by the scripture, which is, quoting the prophet Isaiah and the prophet Jeremiah, he says, this house, this temple, was meant to be a house of prayer for all nations, prayer, not sacrifice, but you have made it a den of robbers, or a den of thieves. You've probably heard this terminology. There was even a film, a heist film, or like bank robbery film or whatever, made about this not too long ago, den of thieves, right? However, Jesus is quoting the prophet Jeremiah, verse 7:11, when he says that, and the word in the Hebrew of Jeremiah is den of paritz, is the Hebrew word. And that word paritz more specifically means violent one, or murderer is the second definition. And the Hebrew actually implies like ripping of flesh, like a predator does for prey. It's used when like lions attack gazelles. But here's where it gets really interesting, and this is the point I want to tie into, is, or go ahead. Yeah.
Bathroom real quick.
Oh yeah, sure. You want me to pause until you get back?
No,
just keep rolling.
Going. I'll be listening.
Okay, go for it. So anyhow, there's this issue within the scripture that the New Testament is written in Greek, the Old Testament is written in Hebrew, and it's a much later Hebrew. It's the Masoretic. And Jesus in the Greek New Testament says den of lestes, which is a Greek term that means a little bit closer to robber, but still it implies violence. And a robber even implies violence. There's a story with the Good Samaritan where lestes beat this man and leave him for dead. It's the fact that they actually left him for dead. That's the part that makes them lestes. So it's the violence, right? But we have to remember that Jesus is quoting the Hebrew prophet Jeremiah. So we look to the Hebrew, and the Hebrew is paritz, which really specifically means murder. And how we know it even more clearly is that the book of Ezekiel, in Ezekiel 18:10, defines that. It's anyone can look it up right now. It says something to the effect of, if you have a violent son, a paritz, comma, a shedder of blood, comma, so that clause there is essentially defining what a paritz is, a shedder of blood. Okay, so Jesus in the temple is accusing the priesthood in the temple of being a den, or a cave, which is actually, like if you think of Daniel in the lion's den, it's a place to keep animals, a den of murderers, of shredders of flesh, of predators, of violent, murderous shedders of blood. So that's the big thing, is shedders of blood, right? And multiple times throughout our New Testament, Jesus refers and comes against this system in ways that we may have missed. Like another big one shout out to my buddy Brad, who has his channel David Notsari. He pointed out that John 10:10 is actually in the Greek. When you see this, a famous verse, Jesus condemns and says, the thief, the enemy, Satan, right? The adversary, the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but I've come to bring life abundantly. Jesus is saying that. Well, that word kill in that series associated with Satan is actually the Greek word thysia, which means slaughtering an animal. Okay. So he's specifically speaking about the slaying and the animal sacrifice. And then here's a big one. You came back at the perfect time. Did you hear all that?
Yes.
Okay. So we're on this shedders of blood piece. So then Revelation, in the book of Revelation, which many may or may not know is one of the big end times books with all these prophecies. Maybe it already happened. Maybe it's going to happen someday. There's different debates on that. But bottom line, there's multiple verses in Revelation where Jesus is condemning people who are still murdering, stealing, and he separates it: murdering, stealing, this, that, and the other. And how, they're rejecting God and in what's going to come about for them. And that word murdering in the Greek there, if you actually look behind it, I forget the way to say it. I'll have to look it up. I was just reminding myself. Sometimes I get the phonetics of these things wrong. But bottom line, that word, I think it's Genesis. Here, let me pull it up right here in the background. But
speaking of words, I always wanted to make the joke, sorry, not sorry.
What is that?
Like not sorry, like
Nazarene. Yeah,
sorry, not sorry. We need a new T-shirt on that with like
that's amazing,
like a Mean Girls.
Okay, that's a good one. Here it is. So how do I even pronounce this? Because it's Greek. It is phonius or phonius, but it's the word behind Revelation, and where it says it's basically, it means to literally a shedder of blood. People have always assumed, because it says murder, that it's talking about humans specifically. But even if you look at the Strongs behind that word, it tells you right there, not just for the anthropic version of killing it, and it literally specifically comes from the etymology of bloodletting, of shedding of blood. So I really wanted to add that layer to not just that the temple was full of all this blood, but that Jesus himself, even in our own canonical gospels that we have to this day, multiple times is referencing this shedding of blood aspect being something that's so evil and abominable. So I think that's a good transition into what we should talk about next.
Totally. Yeah, I liked how you touched on kind of the adrenochrome angle a little bit earlier about how the blood fell into the ground in the Cain and Abel story about how God can taste. I think I've got a loop on again. Sorry. I was watching on my phone. That there is shit. What was I saying?
You're talking about the blood hitting the ground with Cain and Abel.
Yeah, that we have a wonderful biblical definition of adrenochrome in Cain slaying Abel. It's not in the offering of Abel, which is ironic, right? We don't hear anything about the blood in that instance, or God being pleased or displeased with that blood. But God is certainly displeased with the blood of Abel hitting the ground. And we see there almost a perfect definition for what adrenochrome is. The terror of the murder was contained within the blood. It then fell down. And I'm not saying God couldn't have seen this happen, but the way that it's written, God tastes that it happened, because it falls down, it soaks into the ground, and God can hear the screams in the blood. That is such powerful imagery. That is the definition of, adrenochrome. It's a great way of putting it and kind of explaining it. The potency of blood, the spiritual potency, the emotional kind of resonance of blood, right? It's almost like vinyl, right? Like your feelings and thoughts can get imprinted in it. And that kind of brings us to the thumbnail here, is another kind of thread or current throughout the whole animal sacrifice discussion is, what's the blood for? What does it do? And ultimately, why would we consume something like that? And why did certain people want the poor, the everybody, to eat flesh that had been sacrificed in especially brutal ways? Well, adrenochrome is a real thing. And I guess we should get this up on Wikipedia, because it has a Wikipedia. Show of oranges in the chat. Who's ever heard of adrenochrome? I'm sure a lot of you have, but show of oranges in the chat if you've heard of adrenochrome. It was mentioned in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It was mentioned or mentioned in Clockwork Orange, one of my favorite movies. It's a pretty good movie, pretty shocking movie. It's referenced in a couple other big Hollywood movies, but those two definitely stick out to me. I grew up watching those. And it's crazy how it was kind of normalized, or kind of soft disclosured, you could say, in Hollywood. But it's a real thing. It is a real drug. And here I'm going to pull this up now. Adrenochrome is essentially a chemical compound produced by the oxidation of adrenaline. It was the subject of limited research from the 1950s through to the 1970s as a potential cause of schizophrenia. While adrenochrome has no current proven medical application, the blah, 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 adrenochrome is mass-produced and commercially available to the public. Wait, what? Adrenochrome is mass-produced and commercially available to the public and is not a controlled substance. Well, that kind of begs the question, if it does it only come from humans? Because I think this is a big misconception, is people, all these conspiracy theorists love to talk about adrenochrome, but they stop right when you get to animal adrenochrome. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to double check here so I don't make an idiot of myself. But do other mammals have adrenaline?
I already got it pulled up.
Okay, well, please, by all means.
Yeah, so
the answer is yes. By the way,
the answer is yes. Yeah, but I can read a couple things off here. So, number one, I'm so glad you pulled that up, because essentially all adrenochrome is a word that's thrown around a lot in like truther communities. I think people don't understand. It's just literally oxygenated adrenaline. So that means adrenaline that's been exposed from out of the veins to the air, oxygen, and that's how this substance is created. So really all that needs to be present to create it is just adrenaline in the bloodstream, and for the blood to be exiting the flesh or the body.
Right.
So yeah, so here we have, I'll just read off a couple of studies just to get really scientific about it. A review by E.M. Claudia Terlau colleagues states that stress induces behavioral and physiological changes, including the secretions of stress hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline and noradrenaline within animals. So that's a research paper by E.M. Claudia Terlau you can look up. Another paper mentions particularly it talks about variations in meat quality based on the amount of adrenaline that's released during the killing.
Hunters know this to be true.
Yeah,
hunters will kill animals certain ways to avoid a full adrenaline dump. That's really what you want to avoid. Now, Cam was kind of talking about kosher slaughter earlier. that, depending on how you look at it, or I guess I'm no expert, but I would imagine that would be a full adrenaline dump where the animal is being bled till its last moment of consciousness, the blood's draining out, the animal's tied, no anesthetic, no right drugs being used. That's the conventional, traditional kosher way, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's as barbaric as it gets. Talk about Pizzagate, talk about this and that, but people, if it happens to animals, how can we just make it a human issue, right? You're eating things like this, you're consuming this, we're supporting it with our money. It's terrible. And just people, adrenochrome's not a human thing. It is an animal thing as well.
Yeah.
Adrenaline is present in all mammals, if I'm not mistaken, most mammals for sure.
Yeah.
And they all feel the same terror that you feel when you think you're going to die. And demons love that. They love the taste of it, it seems. Some people seem to develop a habit for it. It's mentioned schizophrenia. There's a thing called kuru that exists in certain cannibal communities that they know someone's been eating meat because they exhibit certain psychological behaviors.
Right.
Schizophrenia, right? Hillary Clinton being, cackling and stuff like that. Just a guess.
Right.
Just a guess there on my part. But something like that.
Well, now we're getting into some of, I know, your expertise in territory and the etymology. Even in the word cannibal, you've got Canaan, Baal, right?
Yeah.
And I know this has been drawn and a conclusion that's been drawn because there's a lot of theory and discussion about actual cannibal sacrifice in the land of Canaan, which, if anyone isn't aware, that's the name of Israel before the tribes came after the Exodus with Moses and everything, right? And they come in and there's all this sacrifice and they intermingle with it and everything. But bottom line is they were doing a lot of animal sacrifice too, probably a lot more animal sacrifice than even child sacrifice. In fact, animal sacrifice is a progression towards child sacrifice. The reason why is because you offer the animal first. It's even in the scripture in the Bible that you see the sacrifices build up to Isaac. When Abraham's going to maybe even sacrifice his son, but then, God stops it. But it's this building of like, you sacrifice the animal because it's something sacred and innocent to you, but then you have to keep topping the sacrifice to like get better and better favor with God or the gods until eventually it's like your own children. So usually human sacrifices later. So there's a much more abundance of animal sacrifice. So there's an argument to be made that Canaan Baal worship or cannibalism is actually rooted in animal sacrifice. And we can get, I don't know how many rabbit holes you want to go down with like the Nephilim and the clown stuff and all of that, but that's where we can tie into the fast food maybe. And
only gopher holes. We only go down gopher holes here. Okay. No rabbit holes. Rabbit holes are too shallow. Too much hanky panky going on in there. Okay. Gopher holes are down to business. Okay. Gopher holes are. So. Okay. I got thrown off.
You gotta go for the gold. You gotta go for the gold too. Isn't there a what's the golfing movie with the gopher? What movie is that one?
Caddyshack.
Caddyshack. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Caddyshack. Yeah. I've got a video on Caddyshack.
Nice.
Man, what was I gonna say? All right, so we've got the adrenochrome industry. We're talking about how the animals also produce adrenochrome, right? Yeah. Now, oh man, that's something really good I wanted to say. But okay, let's tie this into the fast food conspiracy, because kind of the irony here is people are shocked by the thought of human meat being in their food. Oh, also Cain and Abel. Cannibal.
Oh, wow.
Cain and Abel. But yes, you're right. Cannibal. Canna could mean like meat or like flesh, or like even carne, carnival, it means the meat of. Bal would be val, bal, right?
Yeah, V's and B's are interchangeable in ancient languages. Yeah.
Yeah. So either the carne of Baal or Cain and Abel, for sure, in the word cannibal. People are disgusted by the thought of human DNA potentially being in their food, right? We hear about Soylent Green and things like that. Do you think there's a big push to kind of, because they know people are going to anticipate this deception, they know people are going to kind of wake up to it. Do you see maybe with the Soylent Green thing a push to kind of scare people away from vegetarian foods without seeing the connection between animal foods, flesh-based? Also, by the way, here, 811 people in the chat, guys. We must be having a great time out there. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. I've canceled the secondary stream because we've got so many people in here already. Guys, if you're in here, stay tuned. We're going to open up the phone lines. And if you'd like to challenge, debate, ask questions, you want anything cleared up, we've got Cam, the co-director of Christspiracy here. He'll answer anything you want. I'll answer anything you want. Stay tuned. I'm going to post the link in the chat. You guys can call in. The carnivores better be there. The ex-vegans better be there. All the people I hear whining in the chat. We're going to open up the call. I'd love for you guys to come in and say something mean or something nice, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, bring your best argument. That'd be fun.
Yep, and I'm seeing some good ones. So, but not really ones we haven't seen before. So,
yeah.
Heart of Aries with $10 says, thanks for all the years of interesting content long ago. Well, it's only been 3 years. It's only been 3 years, I think.
No way. It's only been 3. You've only had a channel for 3 years?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. My first video was, I think, July of 2022. My channel was created February 2022. My first big video, I think, was July 2022 or June. So it's been 3 years, 3.5, I guess.
What's funny, really quick, if I could interject on that, back to our opening when we were talking about how we all met, I came across your content probably not long after you made it, because you were in my suggestions on YouTube because I was watching a lot of Mind Unveiled. And you're kind of like in a similar field, especially at that time.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, let's check this out. And I watched a number of your pieces like years ago. But you were, doing the thing where you're just like narrating with everything. So I didn't have a name to the face or the whole thing, right? And then it wasn't until after meeting Aaron and James, James actually sent me your conversation with Owen. And I was like, oh, wow, this guy's on it with the sacrifice stuff. Like I didn't see that one coming. And you just laid it down on that. I learned a lot even from you in that podcast. And then of course your debate with Jay Dyer not long after that, or sometime around the same time. And then, yeah, I guess it was like the rest was history from there. But it's cool because I knew your content for a while before I even knew that you were on the same kind of wavelength.
Oh, awesome. We're old friends then, I guess.
Yeah.
So we're talking about fast food, and thank you for that. That's very flattering. I appreciate it. We're talking about fast food, adrenochrome, all this. Now you've got a interview coming up with. Have you booked that yet? Have you planned anything with Understanding Conspiracy, Paul Stubbs? Not to put you on the spot, but
yeah. Well, no, I reached out to him. I can't remember if he's gotten back yet or not. But
okay, never mind.
I want to. No, but we should just still go down this path.
Yeah, I actually got confused there for a sec because they're both named Paul. You've got a show coming up with Paul Neeson.
Right.
Nison.
Right.
You're right.
Different Paul.
That's coming up this week. So shout out to him, and you're going to be doing some more talking about, this stuff. But okay, Paul Staubs, the other Paul, he's the clown guy. The Nephilim were clowns, right? He talks about a little bit of this adrenochrome stuff and shamanism, psychedelic, drug use, and why the clown archetype is kind of associated with demons, why they're so scary, right? And I met him because I started getting into what's known as the Knights of the Golden Circle. This is a very, little, not very well-known secret society that sprung up in the Confederate United States. So the South during the Civil War, all of the Freemasons in the South rebranded themselves as the Knights of the Golden Circle. Now, I made a documentary, not a documentary, but like a, video presentation on them. And at the end of it, I had no idea what direction it was going to go. I thought it was just Florida history, Gulf of America history, hidden treasure, stuff like that. Surprisingly, this thing led me down one of the darkest, deepest gopher holes I've ever seen, having to do with the fast food conspiracy. Now, a lot of people have talked about there potentially being human DNA in fast food. People joke about it. There's memes, there's this and that. What's crazy, though, is how many of these organizations got started, like Wendy's, KFC, McDonald's, Taco Bell. Okay. The fast food industry was created by the remnants of the KGC. It's the continuation of the same goals. So what is the KGC? The Knights of the Golden Circle. Like I said, they're the Confederate Freemasons. They wanted to create a slave empire that went from the southern United States all the way down to South America. They were going to take everything they could get. The Knights of the Golden Circle. Now,
hey, while you're pulling that up, I'm going to walk just right behind and grab I'm getting kind of cold. I need a jacket.
Go for it.
I'm in my Airstream and I don't have it. I'm going to grab one. Keep talking though.
Yeah, do whatever you need. So the Knights of the Golden Circle, the secret society. I'm going to share my screen here. You guys can see. They're the KGC. Now, all of Lincoln's assassins, quote unquote, assassin conspiracy group, all the co-conspirators, all of them were members of the Knights of the Golden Circle. The entire cabinet, presidential cabinet that preceded Abraham Lincoln, all of them were members of the Knights of the Golden Circle or the Order of the Lone Star, which preceded it. So what's going on? Eventually, the Civil War breaks out. They don't get to create their slave empire. The South loses the Civil War. All this treasure is hidden and so on. And the KGC kind of comes to an end. Well, then eventually they turn into the KKK. Not many people know what KKK stands for. Ku Klux Klan means the Circle Clan. They're the Knights of the Circle Clan. It's the same golden circle that they're talking about in the KGC. In fact, KGC, if you Germanize those letters, you get KKK, because C becomes K in German, and G is pronounced as K in many, many languages. German, Hebrew, K and G can kind of switch or become the same letter. KGC became the KKK. Go look into it, folks. Okay, look at the Freemasonic influence on the KKK. They're not a Christian organization. They might masquerade as one. But they started as the KGC. The Civil War ends. They kind of go underground and reemerge as the KKK. You know the pointy white hats? Well, guess what, guys? Those are just KGC helmets that have a white hood put over them. That's why the white hats are tall and pointy. You wouldn't know why unless you understand the KGC, about how they were kind of trying to hide that they were the KGC, and they just put sheets over their KGC outfits. That's why you get the ghost outfit, the ghost costumes, right? Now, in the very first, one of the very first popular movies, it was called Birth of a Nation. Birth of a Nation was a movie, 1915 silent epic drama film that glorified the KKK. It, kind of romanticized them and made them out to be like a police force that was helping the world, helping the South, all this stuff. Well, Birth of a Nation has a scene in it that is, I think we're just going to watch it. I think we'll just watch it. There's a scene in Birth of a Nation where there's an assembly of, Black Americans who are feasting on fried chicken. This is kind of like the official starting point of the fried chicken, Black people love fried chicken stereotype, comes out of a KKK movie. And in that KKK movie, they're not even wearing the hoods yet. They're still dressed as KGC knights with the KGC helmet. So you see in the movie a transition from KGC to KKK. And the origin of the fried chicken stereotype. Now, guess what, guys? Would you believe me if I told you KFC was inspired by KGC? KFC is KGC. When they sell grilled chicken, they print KGC on their drinks, on their boxes, on their plates and stuff. When they go to the Olympics, KFC doesn't want to be known as fried chicken. So when they show up on a world stage in kind of athletic competitions, or when they're catering something they want to look, more presentable for, they present as KGC. And as you saw there in the teaser trailer, what's his face? Colonel Sanders. What's the Colonel persona all about? Kentucky Colonels. He's a Kentucky colonel. Where was the Knights of the Golden Circle founded? In Kentucky. In Kentucky. Kentucky Fried Chicken, Knights of the Golden Circle. Direct inspiration. And he's not the only one. Dave Thomas was a protege of, Colonel Sanders. The founder of Wendy's is Dave Thomas. He was also a Freemason, right? He was also, we've got 900 people in the chat here, by the way. Thanks everyone for being here. But, Colonel Sanders was a Freemason and a Shriner. What's interesting about the Shriners, they're headquartered in Tampa Bay, right there on the Gulf of America. And just so you know, the Golden Circle, that is the Gulf of America, the Gulf of Mexico, that crescent, that breadbasket, that beautiful, fertile, Mesoamerica, that is the Golden Circle. And it kind of ties into some of my Garden of Eden theories and stuff like that. But let's keep it on the KGC. Almost every single fast food chain in America has its origin in either the KGC, the KKK. There was even a rumor, huge rumor, that Snopes has to debunk all this stuff, that Colonel Sanders was in the KKK, that he donated tons of money to the KKK, or that his chicken was designed by the KKK to harm people or to, sterilize them or worse, right? So you take all this into consideration. You see how many of the fast foods come out of the South too, especially. It's kind of more of a Southern thing than it is a Northeastern thing. Not entirely, but you know,
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I'm sure you were probably going to get into this anyways, but we talk about this in a previous film, that the whole idea of soul food in general in the South is literally slave food. The soul food that we know, like, you know, chitlins and pig feet and like all these stews and different kind of it's all the remnant meats and parts of animals and everything. And the reason why is because it was like the shards and the leftover nasty bits of all the most unclean animals and everything were fed, you know, as slave food. And then it became almost like its own kind of delicacy that was then venerated to this status of like soul food, you know, when the reality is heavily melanated peoples across the board around the world typically eat really high, if not fully plant-based diets naturally. So it's like a complete inversion of their natural, you know, historical diet.
Totally. I've got a clip here. You want to watch that?
Yeah.
Together?
Let's see it.
It's pretty interesting. Oh wait, first let's do the clan one. Sorry. First let's do we're gonna watch a clip from Birth of a Nation. We're gonna watch that KKK movie real quick. I think it's public domain now. This is from a YouTube channel. This is from C-SPAN, so we can watch this. This is the title is 1915 film, The Birth of a Nation clip. Okay. The riot in Masters Hall, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to read all that. This is from Birth of a Nation, 1915 KKK movie. Let's watch. So you get the point there. They keep showing these gentlemen eating chicken. They're eating fried chicken or chicken breast or chicken leg in the middle of a, you know, official assembly, right? Kind of trying to show that they have poor etiquette or something like that. But this is the origin of the fried chicken stereotype. Now, what else do we have here? I've got another clip. We're going to watch. Who's ever heard of the Kingsman franchise? You ever watch those movies, Cam? The Kingsman?
Yeah. Super cool cinematography and like fight scenes. Those ones? Yeah.
Yes. Now, did you ever watch the sequel to the Kingsman? The Golden Circle?
Oh, yeah, I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's check in on that one. Do you remember some of the plot points about how the grand villain is like supposed to be Wendy, the fast food chain owner, and she puts human DNA into the food.
Yeah.
She puts drugs into the food. She puts nanotechnology into the food.
Yeah.
She drugs the whole planet through her fast food and the drugs that she pushes.
Yeah.
This is from the channel Creative KLL production. This is Kingsman, the Golden Circle human burger scene. Okay, let's watch this.
Isn't it? Not that.
What was that? What did she say?
Welcome to the Golden Circle. That's... Oh,
what the hell? And guys, they stuck a golden circle on him. This is his initiation into the Golden Circle. Would you believe me if I told you the Golden Circle is, well, the partner organization to the Kingsmen? So it's Kingsman Golden Circle is this movie. KGC. They go to Kentucky to meet the American Secret Service, hidden Southern Secret Service, who I forget their name, but they're whiskey makers. They're whiskey makers. Those are like the good guys. The bad guy in this movie is a woman with red hair who's supposed to be Wendy, looks just like Wendy, who owns not only a fast food burger, like a diner chain, she owns a donut chain, she owns an ice cream chain, and she's the biggest drug dealer on earth. And she puts human DNA in her, human meat into her food, nanotechnology into her food, and drugs. Guys, do they think we're stupid or something? It's like, it doesn't get more obvious than this. The KGC, Kingsman Golden Circle, that is such disclosure and, subconscious subliminal consent going on in this type of movie. Now, it's not the only one. Okay, there's other movies like this. There's almost too many to talk about. But another big one is, real quick here, who's heard of They Cloned Tyrone? Have you ever heard of They Cloned Tyrone?
I haven't heard of that one.
Okay, well, this is a new movie. The Kingsman's a little bit old. Let's watch this. All right, this is off Netflix YouTube channel. Got 7 million views. It's They Cloned Tyrone official trailer. All right, so you haven't heard about this movie, Cam?
No, I haven't heard about this one. I saw the Golden Circle, and it's funny. It's been a long time since I saw it, and that just goes to show you how the revelation of the method can just so subconsciously get past you. Because even me tuned into this stuff, like now I remember thinking while I was watching it, like, oh wow, that's trippy and nasty. They're feeding meat and the whole thing, but these layers slip past me. Even back then, they're so sly with that. But once you've spent the time really like looking for the clues, now it's like it's blatantly obvious.
Yep. Let's watch that here.
Wow.
Pretty crazy, right? Now, another thing that they brought up in that one was the Quick Marts. Why is Quick Mart always spelt with 2 Ks? No C? Quick Stop. You know that in East Asia, they spell like all their chicken places K, K, K. Korea, East Asia, you see KKK chicken all over the place. It's really weird.
Wow.
In Florida, we have Circle K, the Quick Stop. 7-Eleven might sound harmless, right? 7-Eleven, who makes a lot of their own food, some of the lowest quality. 7-Eleven is the year that the Moors took over Spain, which is looking back at it one way would be when the black guys took over Spain. And
right.
7-Eleven is almost like a name drop or like a callback. And like, we're getting you back for this. It's a big stretch, but 7-Eleven, that's the year. 1492 is when they finally kicked him out. 7-Eleven to 1492,
Wow. I just saw someone in the chat said loving it, like the jingle from McDonald's. I never thought about that one. That's good because it the clown,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But also it as in what is it? What is it that I'm actually loving, Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Pharrell didn't Pharrell make that jingle too? I mean, it's all connected with like all the people at the high levels with this stuff and everything. But
Totally.
there was another one that I was just thinking about that was playing into, well, for one, like Checkers with the black and white Freemasonic check. That's all here in the South. You mentioned, didn't you say there was Jack in the Box with the clown?
That's the
situation?
clown.
So,
Yep.
and
Well,
then there.
here's-
Well,
Go
we
ahead.
didn't get into that. Didn't you have a connection with Colonel Sanders or John Wayne Gacy and the clown thing with KFC, right? Maybe let's talk about that.
So John Wayne Gacy was the manager of no less than 2, maybe 3 KFC locations. He worked at KFC. He was known to feed KFC to his victims. He would lure victims in to parties with KFC. He would always have free KFC. He'd bring it home from work. He would dress up as a clown at KFC. By the way, Colonel Sanders, before he started, before KFC really took off, they actually catered the Manhattan Project. Colonel Sanders and KFC. The Manhattan Project is the atom bomb.
Yeah.
Project was catered by Colonel Sanders and the proto KFC.
Wow.
They catered. Isn't that crazy? So talk about intelligence, being in bed with.
Wasn't the Manhattan Project also where some of the MK Ultra programs were started? Like some of the testing was involved with the Manhattan Project as well, I think, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Because
but
it's up
ahead.
on it's Montauk, up north state New York or whatever, right? Where all that stuff went down. I'm pretty sure. But that's a whole piece that I want to get to. Maybe we'll get there, but this is where it again ties back to the animal sacrificial ritual from ancient times with the idea of MK Ultra and all of this stuff. But let's stay in fast food clown land for a second. I think this is where
we're getting somewhere really good where we can tie it back in. So John Wayne Gacy would dress up as a clown and terrorize his victims, do all this stuff. He graduated from KFC University, I think they called it, where the project or the road to becoming a KFC manager. He was very in deep with KFC, and he would dress up as a clown. You see the clown with Ronald McDonald, Jack in the Box, like Cam said. And going back to Checkers, the black and the white, the checkers, yes, it's Masonic checkerboard. What's the other one? It's rallies, checkers and rallies, Masonic checkers, clan rallies. The whole racing theme has a double meaning. Race, black and white. Races, the races, it's a racing, like they're racing the races. There's a competition between the black and the white. This is kind of another, behind that. And then rallies, clan rallies. People say raising Cain. What are we raising? The spirit of Cain from, are we raising Cain's ashes? Like, what is raising?
Oh, wow. And Tubal Cain.
Sugar cane, exactly, yeah. They say it's like sugar cane, like, you're raising cane, or chopping down a field of cane or something like that. Actually, I don't know what that means. Raising is with a Z, I think, when you raise cane, but I don't know what raising cane means. The way they spell raising, I think, is lifting up, lifting up cane. Masons are big on cane and Tubal Cain, like you said. Crystals, also spelled with a K. Why are all these fast food places and quick marts and convenience places and grocery stores K this, K that, Krispy Kreme with the K?
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A using K's when they...
It's the K on the end, they drop the C. It's just Chik.
Yeah. They also Crystals with a K. Did you know that Crystals was started after a crystal ball? The wife of the owner had a spiritual encounter with a crystal ball that told her she was supposed to keep their restaurants extra clean, and that's how they were going to succeed. Crystals. Carl's Jr. started with a $311 investment. $311. They still put that on their Wikipedia today. 311. 311. Oh yeah, guys, that's at the heart of our business is we started with 311. Nonsense. Why wouldn't you just round it to 300 or 350, It's 311. K is the 11th letter. K. 3 11s. It's also 33.
Right.
And you can go on and on and on with all the fast food places. What are some other ones? Sonic, Masonic, Masonic, Sonic, I mean, it's literally all of them. White Castle. The Knights of the Golden Circle didn't have lodges. They had castles. And you had to be, you had to be white to get in pretty much. White Castle. You name it, we can tie all these fast food places back to this KGC hidden agenda. And also, just big picture, fast food chains are chains. They are the chains, But okay. Yeah.
It's almost like there's even something too, like, I know it's called fast food because of you get it quick, but there's something so ironic about, in scripture and all these ancient traditions, fasting was not eating and abstaining, either from certain foods like the gluttonous foods or fully from food, period, in just water fasting. But they've made it this fast idea associated with eating the most like hedonistic garbage that you could eat. What's the one too? Speaking on that note, we know Chick-fil-A, they're like a overtly Christian organization, closed on Sunday. Shout out Kanye. But what's the one in California? I should know this, and I always forget it because I lived there for so long. I just never eat this stuff, so I always forget. But the famous
In-N-Out.
They put Bible verses on their packaging. We actually talk about this in Christspiracy, but it's wild too that they're literally, putting overtly Christian messages paired with their food as a part of their marketing as well.
Yeah, In-N-Out also, there's a bit of a sexual innuendo there. In-N-Out, right?
Wow.
Also, Bojangles. Bojangles is a reference of a famous black actor,
right?
Who is famous for kind of making like the foolish, I don't know if Uncle Tom's the right word, but like kind of the play along Negro, the one who kind of like kisses ass and acts like a harmless clown, kind of, Bojangles took a ton of flack for being, putting black people, kind of regressing them or kind of depicting them horribly in, mainstream media. And some could say, this wasn't his grand plan. He's just kind of going along with it. But he was introduced and kind of popularized by collaborating with Shirley Temple in a movie called The Little Colonel.
Oh,
The Little
wow.
Colonel. Yep. And The Little Colonel is about a Kentucky colonel. I believe it's a Kentucky colonel who, you guys can go look it up. There's a lot to say. We're really close to hitting 1,000 viewers here, guys. If you'd like to share and like and subscribe or whatever, now's the time to do it. I'd love to get us over the 1K mark. Send this to a friend and tell them to watch or something. But we're real close on the edge there of 1,000. I'd love to get us over. But so we're talking a lot about the fast food conspiracy. We're talking a lot about kind of the racism inherent in a lot of fast food. let's tie it back to Jesus in a way, or back to the Bible.
Yeah.
Talking about these clowns, and shout out to Paul Staubs, who I've done an interview with about the demonic origin, demonic influence on clowns.
What I was going to say,
Yeah.
either now or just a moment while we talk about this, I was thinking you should just pull up his like main video. It's like his most popular, and maybe you could even turn the sound off and just let it, because it's all images, while you're describing and giving the cliff notes on this, because I think getting the visual with it is a pretty powerful thing to take in.
Okay. His most popular video?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's
Or the most popular clown one?
Is the most popular clown one, yeah. Yeah, if you just turn the sound off, I'm pretty sure it's just all visual based, showing the different cultures and everything.
Okay, yeah. So Paul, love you, bro. Hope you're cool with us skimming through the front of your video here. This is Paul Staubs with the Understanding Conspiracy YouTube channel. This is going to tie us back into the Bible, food, bloodlust. Paul's theory is kind of that this video is the Nephilim looked like clowns, part or dash 42, Rakshasa, Oni, and clowns. So shout out to Paul. Paul's general kind of theory is that clowns are demons, or at least are depicting demons, acting out demonic influence. They're kind of radio antennas for demonic influence, Nephilim influence. And some of these theories go back to the Old Testament, when we see, and I don't know if Paul talks about this a ton, but this is what I'm going to try and tie it into here, is basically that the Watchers, who knows the Book of Enoch? Show of oranges in the chat if you have watched the Book of Enoch, or you've read the Book of Enoch, or heard about it. And guys, we just crossed 1,000 people in the chat. Couldn't be more thrilled about that. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm going to mute you real quick, just because it's making noise. No worries. Clowns are demonic. Remember we were talking about the secret societies, right? The Shriners, who are headquartered in Tampa Bay, also where Checkers and a couple fast food places are headquartered. But the Shriners are like the Freemasons within the Freemasons. So once you become a master Mason, the next layer, the next kind of place you can ascend to, or the next organization you can kind of ascend into, is the Shriners. So you have to be a master Mason before you can be a Shriner. And you guys kind of get that. We saw enough of those visuals there. The Shriners, headquartered in Tampa Bay, they are like the Masons within the Masons. So they're a little bit more exclusive than the Freemasons. Things like that. Hang on one sec. Let me get us out of the way. There we go. The Shriners are the Masons within the Masons. They're headquartered in Tampa Bay, and they are very involved in children's hospitals. That's one of their big missions. Freemasons are very involved in the construction of government buildings, like schools, libraries, things like that, surveying sometimes. The Shriners are more about children's hospitals, okay? They use Arabic kind of insignia, motifs, and aesthetic. I've talked a lot about them before. What's important is that they're headquartered in Tampa. And once you go into the Shriners, now you're 2 levels deep into the Masons. What's the next level past that? It's called the Royal Order of Jesters. Royal Order of Jesters. Let's see if they have that in here. Yeah, you can see they're very involved with children's hospitals. Pretty sketchy stuff there if you know what went on with people like Jimmy Savile. You know, he was also big on children's hospitals. What else are they known for? Clowns. The Shriners dress up as clowns. The inner sanctum, the layer that you go into once you're past the Shriners, you know, where do you go from there? It's the Royal Order of Jesters. They dress up like clowns and just act like clowns all day. You know, I've had Masons tell me that all the Shriners do is drink and fool around and, you know, philander, right? They call themselves philanthropists. But, you know, philanthropy is kind of like a code way of saying male attracted, man lover, man on man. Yeah, philanthropy. Watch out for that title. How many billionaires like to be known as philanthropists, right? So here's a Shriner clown. That's a thing. Shriner clown. They're headquartered in Tampa. And of course, we see the clown motif coming up in fast food all the time, especially when it comes to getting kids hooked on fast food. Oh, there's the goofy clown. You know, go head over to the McDonald's Playhouse for the, you know, for our yearly birthday party, right, at the McDonald's jungle gym, right? How many birthday parties like that did I go to growing up? A ton, right? At a McDonald's playpen or whatever they call it. So, okay, where are we going with this? Well, going back to the Old Testament, and one of the questions I asked Cam earlier is, how did animal sacrifice and flesh consumption make its way into the Bible? Well, some Jewish mystics point to the Book of Enoch and the introduction of watchers, or, you know, kind of the retelling of the Nephilim story with more details. It's kind of it's not too alternative of an interpretation. It's a traditional Jewish mystic interpretation, is that some of these watchers taught mankind flesh eating, and that was one of their sins that God needed to flood the earth for, was that the watchers or the Nephilim or the Anunnaki, whatever you want to call these things, taught mankind flesh eating. We wouldn't have done it originally. They also taught us animal sacrifice. And there's great videos out there you guys can go check out about, you know, the Book of Enoch and the Watchers. Well, since we talked about Paul Staubs, his whole theory is that the clown tradition also goes back to the Watchers or the Nephilim, the fallen angels, right? Does that mean that the fast food industry is also a current of that old Nephilim fallen angel agenda? Right? Now, you know, Cam, what would you say about that? Right?
Well, so I know you mentioned there is some commentary on Enoch, but it's actually in Enoch itself. I don't know if you want to even pull it up just to show proof, but if you type in right now in Google, Enoch Aramaic translation, or Enoch Gaaz translation, Gaaz, which is the Ethiopic. So there's a verse that's been mistranslated from the Book of Enoch. It's verse 7:14. So if you get to the page, Connor, pull up chapter 7. I'll know it when you pull it up if it's the right translation. But bottom line, there's this translation of the Book of Enoch where it talks about the Nephilim. Yeah, there you go. Is this the parallel?
Seven what? 7:14.
7:14. Yes. Yeah. So go down, scroll down a little bit.
More.
Yeah, that's it. So, so they began to this is talking about what the Nephilim, the fallen angels, did, and they began to injure birds and beasts, reptiles and fishes, all the animals that we were meant to have dominion over. But then in dominion, in the original Genesis narrative, in the creation story, after we have dominion, we're prescribed a plant-based diet, because true original dominion always meant service and stewardship to the animals, in helping them thrive and learning from them, because they have the same ruach and we can learn about God's spirit through them. But these fallen angels began to injure birds, and that word injure actually is also translated in the other version, from the Greek, etc., as to sin, literally the word sin. They began to sin or injure birds, beasts, reptiles, and fishes, to eat their flesh one after the other and drink their blood. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's straight out of the book of Enoch. Now you'll see below in the little footnote in the R.H. Charles version, it's translated as one another's flesh. So for years, this passage of Enoch has been believed to mean that the Nephilim, or the fallen angels, were eating each other, like they were cannibalizing each other. But as we know, Enoch was written in Aramaic, and the closest language to as well is the Ge'ez Ethiopic version, which is the earlier. So we have a more accurate translation here, that literally in the book of Enoch, it says that they began to eat animals and drink their blood, and that this was then passed on to humankind. They also, it goes on to say that these fallen angels, when they descended down to Mount Hermon, which is also where we get the tradition of the Titans from Greek mythology. It's the same tradition, different names. Mount Olympus and Hercules and all of this. It says in this Hebrew Enochian tradition that the fallen angels taught all of this, like warfare, how to build weapons, how to kill and consume animals in their blood, and also how to wear makeup. And a lot of people will jokingly talk about women and, like women wearing makeup and it causing lust in men and this and that, and refer to this verse. But really, what it's more likely talking about with the makeup is what is being referred to here with the clowns, because there's this idea of a reflection in wearing the clown makeup to embody the spirit of the demon. When they wear the makeup, it helps them embody and mirror and channel the essence or the spirit of that. And then finally, to your point about how it all comes together with this sacrificial ritual system that Jesus and the Nazarenes were turning the tables on in the temple cleanse, it's because what people don't realize, again, we can talk about this in maybe the debate or whatever, we can get more into the actual conflict between the true, real Hebrew original religion, pre-Judaic temple blood sacrifice cult. Yeah. But the pure way didn't have animal sacrifice. For the Most High God didn't call for that, but the religion was infiltrated by these cults, these mystery blood cults that were established. Mm-hmm. And what these cults are doing with their temple sacrificial worship is almost always collective communal mind control. Mm-hmm. That's the real goal. It's how to keep your population subservient to the Lord. The word Lord, really goes back to the master or the ruler or the king who has control over all the resources. But really that Lord is a channel for the lowercase g God, which is really one of these, demonic Nephilim archons, or another word. Yeah. In fact, the Gospel of Philip, which was found at Nag Hammadi, which is a really old Aramaic rooted, actually. A lot of people think it's a Gnostic gospel, but it's actually deeper than that. There's some Gnostic layers that are maybe later, but there's an Aramaic core to it. And in the Gospel of Philip, it says plain and simple that animal sacrifices were instituted to the archons, which is a term for the powers. Like it's what Paul talks about when he says the principalities and the powers that we fight, not of flesh and blood. Mm-hmm. And that these powers, these archons of the lowercase gods, the Nephilim, that these ancient societies used to cater to with all their blood sacrifices to appease them, because they ate it clearly and they fed off of this. And they would exchange, these angels, or these archons, fallen angels, would exchange secret knowledge, warfare, and it was a way to battle and contend with your enemies and other tribes and gain the upper hand. So if it's literal, that's how it works literally. If it's metaphorical, even, or maybe it's both, the idea is that this temple animal sacrificial worship with all the bloodletting raises the adrenaline, the psychosis, the schizophrenia, the ability to be malleable in these societies. And notice, in Greek culture and in all cultures, it was always right before battle, massive amounts of animal sacrificed, or right after battle in celebration, or sometimes both. So animal sacrifice is really, really, really tied to war and gearing people up for war. Why? Because you get the adrenaline pumping, you get the aggression up, and tying this all again back to the modern day, people who have heard of MK Ultra programs and everything, it's not a conspiracy. There's Wikipedia pages about it as well. It was a real thing that actually happened, where subjects were tested for different mind control techniques. And one of them was they were attempting to create super soldiers. They were trying to see if they could program humans from a young age. There's actually movies about this too. There was a movie about, I think it was called Super Soldier or something. I can't remember, that came out. But bottom line, they were trying to train out the empathy from people to be able to make like programmable super soldiers out of them. And they say a lot of assassins and people go through some of these same programs. But there's all kinds of testimonies from subjects from these tests, where one of the first things they had to do was sacrifice an animal. And typically it was like a cat or like an animal that they actually could have a relationship with first while they were young. And why? In the documents, it says when they sacrifice the animal, that is a mechanism for creating an altar. Okay. Just like the altar in the temple.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And the altar represents an alternate personality or a fragmentation in the human psyche, where certain scents, smells, colors, symbols can activate that dormant, fragmented part of the consciousness to bring out a certain mechanism or goal.
Yeah.
So you see this when you see channels talking about Illuminati mind control or this or that, where there's maybe a certain word or a certain thing and someone goes blank and stare, there's these programmable states inside of the mind or the consciousness. And so there's this idea that in ancient times, these animal sacrificial rituals were actually programming people for war, to be able to go turn off their empathy and conquer their neighbor when otherwise they probably wouldn't. So it goes really, really deep, these types of things. So, in a lot of ways, and two, anthropologically, we can prove that animal sacrifice leads to war and leads to slavery, which is what you were tying the, nuts up with the KF or KGC stuff and everything. There's, again, Germs, Guns, and Steel, which is a Nobel Prize winning book, discusses this, that ancient societies, when they moved from nomadic or even just plant-based agriculture to then crossing the line into animal domestication and animal farming, there's always a shift that happens in every indigenous culture where, because they start animal farming, animals consume all of the resources.
Yeah.
So there's an endless abundance or amount of fruit and grain and plant-based foods that you can grow on very minimal resources. But once you get livestock, like if you've ever put a goat in a yard, it will eat your entire yard, just one goat.
Yeah.
So when you get an entire flock or herd of livestock, it destroys your reserves and your resources. And you get to a point as a tribal society where all your resources in your little area are gone, and now you got to go get resources from somewhere else. And now you become a pastoral nomadic herding, and you got to go to your neighbor
Yep.
and they've got the resources. So now you have the advent of war. So I've got to now go fight my neighbor and get his resources. Well, conveniently, when you've learned to domesticate animals, you've also learned to forcibly impregnate them, forcibly kill them, when they maybe before that point were more like your brother and sister in a anthropological kind of indigenous sense, like totem animals and all of this. Now they're a being that you can slay and kill. You've practiced enslaving them because you monitor and do everything right. So by the time you get to the point of actually having to go get the resource from your neighboring tribe, you've already practiced war. You've built tools that help you subjugate the animals. You turn those tools like spears for hunting or the plow, these different things. There's actually a famous prophecy in the scripture. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, which is a prophecy about the return of the Edenic ideal where weapons are turned back into plant-based agricultural tools. But the tools are used for hurting animals are then used to hurt humans, take them as plunder, take all their resources, and then the women and children that are left over after the males of the neighboring tribe are killed, they become slaves. Women and children are the first slaves because, you know, it's harder to keep a male as a slave, but females are easier. And so all of this is practiced on the animals first. So it makes sense anthropologically too, even if you don't buy or believe all the Enoch and all of this, it makes sense anthropologically as well.
Yeah, great points. And what you were talking about a little bit earlier about, and it's kind of, we've brought it up a couple times, but the necessity of war when we kind of overinvest in animal husbandry, right? It kind of results in territorial disputes, you know, cattle stealing, right? That's half of the Wild West was people stealing other people's cattle. You know, the Irish have a reputation that has been ruined for forever because of, you know, their cattle thieving tendencies and stuff like that. Interestingly, you're talking about the Nag Hammadi library earlier, or a couple texts found in there.
While you're pulling that up, really quick on that note, animal husbandry.
Yeah.
Just listen to that terminology. If that's not bestiality, then I don't know what is. People freak out about bestiality, but you forget that animal husbandry is a term for the process in which, you know, I'm not going to get too graphic, but there is a human to animal relationship that is required to get the semen from the bull.
Yeah.
And then get the semen from the bull into the female to produce the herd, and it's not natural. It's human and animal.
Yeah.
You know, so anyways, go ahead.
In the Nag Hammadi library, they actually have a copy of Plato's Republic. In Plato's Republic, it directly addresses the same topic. Because in the Republic, Plato or Socrates and, you know, whoever's around, whoever's discussing in this discussion, they talk about the original ideal state of humanity being vegetarian. But then, since they're creating the ideal state and they keep building and building and adding new ideas and, you know, oh, this is a great idea, but this great idea is going to necessitate, you know, you know, there's a trade-off, right? So every time they slap a new good idea onto this kind of fictional utopia they're building in their heads in this discussion, every new idea kind of adds a burden or a kind of a trade-off, right? And they initially want the ideal to be vegetarian, but since the population gets big, since the borders are kind of expanding, and since they start using animals here and there, eventually, the way the story's written, they eventually have to start feeding people flesh or giving in to people who want to eat flesh, because it's just kind of the nature of industry and large-scale civilization is that's the way they write the story, is that it comes up and it is part of the problem. where either a problem creates it or it's a symptom of a problem. But eventually that leads to war too. You'll see that in the Republic, where as soon as they start worrying about, protecting cattle and fields, having the room for cattle to spread out, they right then also start having conversation about how to protect all this. Who's going to be the standing army? How are we going to feed the army? Are they going to be full-time soldiers or part-time soldiers? All of that comes out of these kind of important discussion, or these important boxes they're checking as they're creating this utopia. They realize it's easier said than done, a lot of this stuff, but go ahead.
Well, I was just no, that's brilliant. And while I'm going to look into that more deeply. Plato too, right, is, Pythagoras is one of his pupils, and
well, no, that's not true. Plato is Socrates' pupil. Pythagoras was a bit before
okay,
either of them. Yeah.
Right. So that I'm sorry, I said it the wrong way. Plato is of the Pythagorean school then.
Totally.
And Pythagoras is staunchly anti-sacrifice, vegetarian, and all of his advanced mathematics. And, he's one of the first to come up with an actual scale for musical instruments to be able to create, harmonics and everything. I mean, this guy was a next level savant, and he completely rejected animal sacrifice and would not train you in his school if you hadn't completely renounced the animal flesh. If you were still eating flesh, he wouldn't train you. But I was going to say, you don't have to do it. Maybe anyone can just read it. But since you were already in the on that side, I was going to say pop over to the Gospel of Philip. But in general, if anybody wants to do it, go look up the Gospel of Philip online, and you can just keyword search. If like Command F, keyword search, keywords. Corpse is one, because literally one of the paragraphs says the world is a corpse eater. And this is a parallel from the Gospel of Thomas, but it goes on to say, if you keyword search sacrifice, you'll find the section where it talks about how sacrifices were actually given to archons, lowercase gods, Nephilim. And then it goes on to talk about how Christ came to release humanity from that, and that Christ actually brought bread, and there's probably spiritual bread. Yeah, but
I hate to cut you off or to speed things up, but we aren't going to be able to go for too much longer. And
we got to get
I really want to get at least some callers in.
Let's do it.
Guys, we've got 1,000 people in the chat here across multiple platforms. I would like for you guys to click on the link on screen. Everyone look down at the StreamYard link. It's on screen and it's pinned in the YouTube chat. You'll be able to click on that directly in the YouTube chat to call in. I would love for you guys to call in. Carnivores, vegetarians, ex-vegans, whatever you are, click the link to call in. Anyone can call in. I won't show your face. We'll just be hearing you. And yeah, guys, call in. Make sure you say anything to Cam you want to while we got him. Okay, he's a busy guy, very important guy, got lots going on. Okay, make sure you call in now if you want to say something to him.
Yeah, and while that's happening, to just say the last piece on what we were saying about animal domestication leading to war, the most concentrated expression of that we have is what we were just talking about earlier, the red heifer situation. I mean, literally, one cow prompted, according to the source itself, the October 7th situation, and escalated an already intense, conflict. So that's an example right there.
Yeah. Now, you're also talking about Pythagoras being a vegetarian, and that's correct. Pythagoras was a vegetarian. Plato was a vegetarian. Socrates, who came before Plato. Aristotle was vegetarian for a little. he went back on vegetarian. He rejected it when he split off from Plato.
Yeah.
And some actually point to Aristotle as the grandfather of materialism, not Descartes, but way back before, going to Aristotle, who rejected the perfect ideals that went along with Plato's vegetarian mystery school. When Aristotle's kicked out or singled out because Plato, was disappointed or whatever it was that kind of broke them up a little bit, Aristotle renounces vegetarianism, and we essentially get matter-based, sense-based reality from him. He's the world's most famous materialist, many people would say. He set the stage for what would become nihilism, materialism, science. Everything is scientific. And we need to, I'm going to determine this because I'm God. My ears, my nose, my mouth, I'm God. I'm going to figure it out. My hypotheses, all that. A lot of that has its origins in Aristotle. And Nikola, well, hang on one sec. Nikola Tesla also, well, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just on that one note, to branch it into the religious side, is Thomas Aquinas, the great philosopher of Catholicism, right? That really revolutionized Catholicism into really a lot of the ideals that it has today. Thomas Aquinas, half of his ideas are Aristotle's. Like he pulled us into this realm of like animals don't have souls and yada, 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 and all these things, like rejected all these earlier ideas of the Catholic Church and reformed them into this, in terms of the animal question, But go ahead. You're saying Tesla. You were going to list off maybe some more heady veggies,
more vegetarians. Nikola Tesla, Nietzsche even ended up being vegetarian. Wagner, who made fun of Nietzsche, ended up becoming vegetarian. Little Mustache Man, of course, was a vegetarian, right? Very passionate about that. We've got some comments here, actually. I should read. Rob T. R2D said, if only a leader used law to protect animals and paid farmers not to use dubious corporate practices, wonder what type of mustache he'd have. Rob T. R2D with another $10 says, how about a show detailing these secret societies, groups, following each back to origins, ties to modern religions, our current world powers and leaders, and from which group each descends from? Well, okay, I'll do it. We do that all the time. Giving Tree Cultivator with the $5 says, snake is the most carnivorous animal. Every snake, many cannibals, the deadliest to human, linked to dragons, snake and Nephi, and conquest heraldry. Yeah, I think, did you mean to say snake is the most cannibalistic animal? I think that might be what you meant to say. I don't know.
It would be one of the most carnivorous too, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got all these great vegetarian philosophers throughout time. My final question to you, Cam, would be, was Jesus a vegetarian? Were the early Christians vegetarian?
I've come to the conclusion from all the research that I've done that the evidence is undeniable that yes, he was, and the early Nazarenes were. Now, am I going to be so bold to say unequivocally 100% yes in a certain manner, in the sense that I can't literally be there and prove it to you? Like I can't take a photo from the first century of them eating it. But when you weigh all of the evidence, which we cover in Christspiracy, I've covered on numerous other podcasts, and there's a lot of people discussing this right now. Connor and I have a number of friends who are all on this, many of which we've mentioned on this, the Jesus Way podcast, and Brad, and at David Hadnotsri, and Chris Sartain at the Essene Ebionite Church of Christian Mysticism, and my buddy Scott, who's got the Nazarene Way. There's so many people that are talking about this early first century true closest to the crucified man religion, Christianity, that there was, that's really properly known as Nazarene, the Nazarene movement. And it says very clearly in Epiphanius's Panarion, which is a book where the church father Epiphanius is calling out heresies to the later Orthodox Church. He admits the Nazarenes are before the Orthodox Church, that it's the name of the first Christians, he says. And he even mentions that they even existed before Christ. And he says that the lineage coming from before Christ through Christ, that is, has its origins in pre-Christian, like Hebrew thought. Specifically, their only difference from the other religions of the time, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Herodians, etc., is that they would not offer sacrifice and they would not eat animal flesh because they believed it was unlawful to do so. And they believed that the commands or the implications of flesh consumption and animal sacrifice in the text were actually forgeries, that they were actually written into the text. And this plays into
interpolations.
And this idea is present in our canonical Bible. If it sounds crazy to you or like, heresy for me to say that, it's literally in the canonical text in the book of Jeremiah. He says in chapter 8, verse 8, that the lying pen of the scribes has falsified the Torah. He basically says, who are we to think we're wise and that we have the law of the Lord when the lying pens of the scribes have falsified it? What have they falsified? Well, one chapter earlier, he's railing against the animal sacrificial system. In chapter 7:11 is where the Jesus quote, den of thieves, comes from, which is actually den of murderers, as we talked about before. That's chapter 7:11. He's condemning the temple for the killing of the animals. And then he goes on to say in verse 22, chapter 7, verse 22, that God did not command animal sacrifice when he called you out of Egypt. So
Cam, real quick, we'll resume that. I want to take our first caller here.
Perfect. Let's do it.
JT, Run Boston Bear, you're live on the air. What can we do for you tonight?
Hey man, thanks for having me on. I feel bad that I popped in or turned your stream on and heard you talking about understanding conspiracy and his Nephilim looks like clowns, because like that popped into my radar not long ago, and like, man, I just want to know what all y'all talked about. But I also didn't want to miss the opportunity to come on and just thank you for you guys' boldness to speak the truth, seek the truth, have channels, and try right now to basically expose or offer up what you're finding and what you've been finding. Because like I'm pretty good friends with Austin Whitsitt and Dave Weiss, and they have channels and they're doing things, and there's all kind of awakenings going on in the world right now around the realm of like medical and what's going on there, and then the realm that we live in, like biblical cosmology. And then a lot of people are asking questions about Torah and the truth about bringing glory to the Creator. And I mean, I definitely have questions. I definitely have not sorted it out, but I have a channel too, Run Boston Bear. If you just search that, it's just me trying to figure out what the heck's going on. And I generally have a chill approach. Like, if another man has an idea that doesn't line up with me, it doesn't mean that I can't communicate with them. I don't get triggered. I don't throw fallacies or ad homs like crazy. A lot of my time is spent in Discord, listening to conversations like you gentlemen are having, hearing people try to decipher what is true. So I will catch the whole beginning of this. Basically, this was a call to say thank you. I don't know what I missed, but what I heard so far is like, keep going, brothers. This is what it's about right now.
Hell yeah. Thanks, JT.
Yeah.
You got any oh yeah, man. We're glad.
Do I got any what?
We're glad you called in. You got any position or takes on, vegetarianism, flesh, animal sacrifice? You think it's got any room in the world today?
I mean, I'll tell you this. I'm a part of the Way Forward with Alex Zek, as far as like that whole community and Alpha Vedic. And I never even considered, what should you eat? But I did my first like intermittent fasting, and actually I did my first 72-hour fast, and I'm an endurance athlete. So I'm the guy that's like, I got to eat a little snack, little meal, like all the time. That's not even necessarily true. Like, I felt my own pure energy when I was just consuming distilled water, like add a little salt. I went 3 days without eating, and I felt my energy. So there's almost like a deception about like what we even need. And everything is garbage and everything is so processed. And then as far as like vegetarianism versus not, I haven't delved completely into that. I mean, I have asked the questions like, what did Adam and Eve eat? Like they didn't eat animals. There wasn't even animals being sacrificed, or that wasn't even for food back then. So personally, I may go the route of raw carnivore to see spiritually how that affects me, and I may go completely like a stint of vegetarianism or veganism to see how it affects my spirit and body, just to be honest.
You should save yourself some trouble and just not do the carnivore thing. I'll save you some trouble.
Yeah, that might be good. I mean, because I'm half my name run Boston Bears, because like this April I'll run my 14th Boston Marathon straight, and I like ultra runs and stuff like that. And so reducing inflammation in my body and helping my body as a machine perform at the top, I think maybe, listening to you might get me there quicker. But thanks for letting me chat.
I'll say two quick things on that. Thanks for calling in, man. I really
thanks JT. I'll let Cam respond to you, but thanks JT. Have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate all your work, man. Your channel rocks. And then I'll look into your channel, Cam.
Thank you, for sure, man. Thank you so much for sharing and being so honest and vulnerable. I'll say to your point, I usually argue these things in terms of carnivore versus vegan or whatever as outside of even the realm of diet, because again, you pointed to Genesis with Adam and these ancient concepts like animals aren't even food in those paradigms. So it's not even about diet. It becomes more a question about ethics and like the right and wrong of killing versus not killing, etc. But talking in the realm of diet, I will jump on Connor's team there for a second and say to, if we can, you don't have to listen, but to save you the trouble, the main carnivores, Carnivore MD, he's one of the biggest out there. He showed his blood work after doing carnivore and it was completely tanked, and he had to stop doing carnivore. Now he incorporates fruits and other foods in his diet. Liver King, who's his partner in his supplement business, is completely spiraling right now. I don't know if you've seen all that. Word on the street is he's got like really serious health conditions going on, but he's not talking about it because it would hurt the business and everything. So just bottom line, there's carnivore. It's no doubt that you can get a short season. Again, we're just talking about health here, not talking about the ethics, but people report these like heightened senses of clarity and, feeling better or whatever, but that's usually because they're cutting out processed food and eating only carnivore food.
It's the same thing carnivores say about the success vegans have. Extreme vegans might find success because they're eliminating, right? It's at the end of the day, it's almost like an elimination diet. Like you've taken away everything, and by default, you got rid of a bunch of artificial preservatives and stuff like that.
Someone in the chat just said Jordan Peterson and his daughter are good. I don't know if you've seen the news about Jordan Peterson, but bless him. He shares a lot of good stuff, but he's going through his second or third really intense health crisis right now.
Well, here, Cam, real quick, we've got a second caller in here.
Okay.
I want to bring him in here. We'll see what he has to say. Anthony Harrow, you're live on Old World, Florida. What's up, man? Make sure you're turn us off wherever you're watching us.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing? Can you hear us?
Yeah, there's a pretty long delay, so I can hear you, and I think you can hear me, but there's a pretty long delay.
All right. Make sure you're not watching us on something else. Make sure you're just on the device you're calling in on. All right. Well, we're ready when you are, Anthony.
I am on the YouTube, so let me do that real quick, and I'll hop back in, okay? Let me try it again.
Okay. Thanks, Anthony. All right. We've got Jasper here. Jasper Autobine, you are live on Old World, Florida. What's up, man? Or girl? They left. They popped out. So we'll see when Anthony's ready. I'll bring him back in. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. But okay, Cam, what were you saying? I think I cut you off.
Well, I was just saying to the previous guy, JT, right? Was that his name?
Yeah.
I hit the carnivore thing, but then I was going to say, he brought up considering the path of abstaining from flesh and from animal food. And there's the Genesis narrative that we talked about, but I also began this whole stream with my backstory. How I got started on that is the Daniel fast or the Daniel diet. Look into Daniel 1. What I love about that story is, again, how it relates today and everything we've talked about, from this connection of animal blood sacrifice to fast food to secret societies to MK Ultra and chipping and microchips and the whole gamut, this whole system. Let's call it the Matrix, if you will. Everybody's always talking about the Matrix, or the Matrix is maybe a better way to say it.
Yeah.
In the Matrix, the whole thing is you got to unplug from it, right? And in the story of Daniel, to me, that's the ultimate Matrix story, because he's in Babylon. Babylon is traditionally, like the Rastafarians, Bob Marley, their Matrix is Babylon. They talk about the system, the beast system, right? What does Daniel do? Step one to unplug himself from Babylon, even though he is enslaved in it, is he rejects the flesh food and the wine too. And so I wanted to challenge JT that the ultimate red pill and truther thing you could ever do to really experiment and go down the path against the beast system is to reject the blood sacrifice stuff
and flesh diet in general. Bloodlessness, right? Bloodlessness is the spirit of Christianity, true Christianity, I think. Christianity is the only religion, it's the only religious ecosystem which refuses to allow animal sacrifice in its midst. Go find the most radical Christians you can and see if they're doing animal sacrifice. Number one, they're not Christians. Number two, it is so hard to find instances of people who actually call themselves Christian sacrificing animals. It just simply doesn't happen, right? Islam sacrifices animals once a year. Hinduism, like we demonstrated, even elements of Buddhism. Shinto Buddhism is particularly bloody. It is extremely bloody. And so on and so on. And of course, pagan cultures have blood on their hands too. But all right, we've got a bunch of callers now. Everyone's a bunch of carnivore pussies out there, okay? They're too pussy to call in. They need the first caller to kind of bear the brunt. They needed the first caller to kind of vanguard the way. And now everyone's calling in. But Brady Crow, you're next. Thanks to everyone who calls in. Brady Crow, you're live on Old World Florida. What's up?
What's up, dudes? Excellent work. Huge fan of what you're doing. Just found you guys. But I'm wondering if y'all are familiar with a term called Vox Orphi, which means the language of the oracles in ancient Greek.
No. What's that?
So the Vox Orphi is like the voice of the oracles. And what it means is it's code language that they used in ancient times. You know how kids today, skibbity, 6 to 7, and all this kind of stuff, the adults don't know what they're talking about. Well, in ancient times, when we're coming up with language and all this, they had very complex, coded language for talking about certain stuff. And that's what they mean by Vox Orphi. And you might be familiar with the term eyes to see and ears to hear. And that's what that kind of alludes to, is that you're hip to the lingo. And so in the ancient Bible, when you hear them referring to doves being released, it sounds like they're talking about a bird. But in the ancient times, a dove was actually a virgin priestess. And so when you hear about them trading doves in the temple and stuff like this, they were actually performing human sacrifices, but using a coded language for it.
That's an interesting theory. That could definitely have some merit to it. My only pushback would be that there was a role that doves and pigeons would have in the temple too. I think those would have been slaughtered too. And I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but it might have been both at the same time, right? It might have been a useful useful metaphors or
really
symbolism.
Hard to say without more context, right? You know.
Yeah.
And so the source that I'm getting this from is, I don't know if y'all are familiar with Dr. Hillman, Amon Hillman. Very controversial figure right now, and he's going through the ancient Greek language, and he's a ancient Greek historian, linguist, and he's finding all kinds of interesting contextual clues for what's going on in the Bible, and it's absolutely fascinating. It'll open up a whole Pandora's box full of material for you to go through and connect dots with. But that's where I'm getting that from.
It's that Amon Hillman's actually calling in right now. Did you know that?
Pull him up here. He can do this better than I can. What's up, Dr. Hillman? Have him come right up.
Yeah, hang on, Brady. He's calling in right now. Actually, this is crazy. This is crazy. Hey, it's Dr. Hillman. They don't want you to know that Jesus was gay. He was gay and he did drugs, just like me. He sounded like Steve-O. Just like me. Yeah. I'm Dr. Amon Hillman, okay? Yeah. That's crazy, man. We just heard from the man himself. That's Dr. Hillman. I mean, groundbreaking work going on there. But
what?
So Brady Crow, was that a good impersonation?
That was pretty good. Yeah. A little more angst, a little more spanking. I like to call him Dr. Spankamon.
Am I correct in saying he sounds like Steve-O?
Oh, yeah.
In the first season of True Detective?
That's accurate. Totally accurate.
I think that's spot on.
Wait, Steve-O was in the first season of True Detective? Hold on. I don't remember that.
No. He sounds like Steve-O, and the stuff he talks about sounds like the
I see.
Yeah, that's where I got that. That's where I got the theory from.
I'm tripping on what just happened. Was that you impersonating him?
Yes.
No, dude, that was so good.
Really?
I thought that was a recording, or for a second, I really genuinely thought it was him.
That was genuinely him. He just called in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one I got that idea from, or I heard that idea from.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, Brady Crow. I hate to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
You know what the thing about Jesus is? He's a spotless mirror. He's the cleanest mirror there's ever been. When people like Cam and I look at Jesus, maybe the worst thing you could say about us is we really, really, really want to see us looking back, or we see us in Jesus. Oh yeah, he was just like me. Maybe that's the worst thing you could say about us. We really, really want him. Our obsession with Jesus, like many others, might be selfish or narcissistic or self-oriented, right? The same, that would certainly be true of Dr. Amon Hillman. Because when he sees Jesus, my God, all he sees is a drug-addicted pedophile.
Well,
if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about that guy. Now, I have some appreciation for him because he made some good documentaries in the past about weed in the Bible, and he contributed some good stuff, but that was way before he lost it, way before I imagine he was doing stuff other than weed. He's completely lost it now. I don't like the guy. He's leading everyone astray, and I've got a news flash for the whole conspiracy theory community. You can be an idiot in ancient Greek too. Knowing an ancient language doesn't make you not an idiot. You can be wrong in every language on earth. You can make a fool out of yourself in every language on earth.
Yeah, but it can be said a lot of us have historical amnesia, right? And if you have historical amnesia, that's going to set you back. That's one way of being kind of like a child, like a full-grown child on earth.
Well, ask yourself this. Would you trade places with Dr. Amon Hillman?
Oh, hell no.
Never
said I wanted to be the guy. And certainly don't endorse the, everything he's kind of probably interested in and doing as a person. But he has turned me on to some really interesting ancient Greek. which is, I mean, that stands on its own. Aside from Dr. Hillman, he's simply, you know, providing these sources where they talk about ancient priestesses having, like Medusae, for example, Medusa being a real style of priestess. And I think there's a lot of really good evidence for that. And so when you take that context and combine it with the Bible, it becomes a much more interesting book, at least, you know, which I've always felt like, you know, I read the Bible initially, felt like, what a boring book and just terribly written, you know, like who could care about this, you know? And then as I got older, I began to, you know, develop the eyes to see and ears to hear, and it became more interesting. You know, and so the more I get these cultural context lenses to look at the Bible through, the more interesting it becomes, right? And so
Brady, I got to bring the next guy in.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one quick thing on that? Yeah,
of course. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, thanks, Brady. Yeah, I've watched Amon's stuff, and I found obviously a lot of it super entertaining and a number of things really educational. He clearly knows what he's talking about on, you know, the deep classics and the kind of corroborating what information we have on certain words across the classics and everything. I know he's been debated a number of times, and there's different, you know, back and forth. What I will say to your point about the Bible coming alive when you start to know some of this extra context and stuff, I would say a lot of that I would attribute to the Greek Gospels that are the foundation of our New Testament being later writings based on much earlier Aramaic versions of these stories, oral or even written. There's wide attestation of the Hebrew Gospel of Matthew, which was written far before the Greek tradition. And the Greek versions are pulling in all of this Homeric type writing style and language, and so a lot of that stuff will come alive because they're rewriting that. But in the same way that you feel so invigorated and excited about what you're finding through, you know, Dr. Hillman and this type of line of thinking, I promise you the same, if not more exciting line of thinking can be found if you start to see this ancient battle between the temple sacrificial blood cult and the prophets against it that's threaded all through the Hebrew Bible, also still the remnants present in the Greek, but surrounded by all of this Homeric writing that you're speaking of. And then look at what the church fathers have to say and some of the contemporary material about this lost sect of the Nazarenes, also known as the Ebionim or the Ebionites. And what you'll see is between them, and there's so much I want to get into on the chat, but like the historical nature of the Nabateans and the Mandaeans and all of these sects that were a line going all the way from the time of Jesus that played on this Platonic idea of rejecting this temple cult that was trying to take over the world. That is, I mean, in its Game of Thrones level, exciting, and every single word you realize is a mistranslation across the board. So.
All right. Well said, Cam. Brady, thank you for calling in, man. I didn't mean to spank you too hard over the Ammon thing.
Bro, that was so funny. I genuinely thought that was him for a second. That is wild, bro. That was talent.
You should hear me do archaics, but thanks, Brady. You have a good night, man. Next, we got Anthony. Gonna try it. Guys, the phone lines are booked. The phone lines are full. Okay. So if you can't get in, just have some patience. We went from having no one wanting to call in, and then as soon as we get our first caller, it's full. Next, Anthony.
Hello.
You're live. Hey, what's up, Anthony?
Okay, I think there might be a bit of a delay still. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just run with it. I'll let you go.
Okay, sweet. Thanks for having me on and stuff. So I just want to say this because we're doing the Hillman talk, right? I'll say this. You guys are cool. You're Christians. I'm not an anti-Christian, but I should just say this. I am a total left-hand pather, which is why I follow Hillman. What I want to say is I believe the Bible is inspired because it's one single text, right? Genesis through Revelation, but there's a slave and master version of it. And all of you who follow Jesus or have chosen the slave version, the slave morality, and when I say by inspired, right, just follow me here, is that it's inspired because it's one single text, but you can actually read it these both ways. right? And people have been talking about, like, there's this side and that side. That's really what the thing is, and all the blood magic and all this stuff. Like, Satanists, obviously, they don't have any problem with partaking. Okay, but really, I feel I just have to come in and put this notion out there, because we're talking about the Confederacy, Freemasons, all these guys, that they're Satanists. And notice they use the Bible in the lodge, right? Why do you think they're using the Bible? And what are those allegories that are each degree of the 33 degrees that are offered to the initiate? It's not an answer and key thing, right? It's the same words, the same allegories. Like, for example, give you one right now. The church says, when Jesus talking about the fishers, and he says to be fishers of men, right? The church corrupts this and uses it to promote ministry in their congregation. All right, I'm not going to tell you what the actual meaning of the allegory is, as that would be profane. Okay, but as you are a Christian, I'm sure you realize. Oh, am I up? Sorry.
Shots fired, dude. Who's profane? It would be profane to tell us you're profane.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, like I said, there's a slave and master version, and
you come into my house and tell me you're you spill the beans, buddy. Okay.
It's okay. Like I said, I'm not here to like slander you guys, and I'm here to learn too, and everyone's here learning. That's what I say. Even though there's this Christian versus Satanist kind of thing, everyone's reading the Bible, right? And like I said, I could be cool, you be cool. We're all here to learn, man. But that's why I just want to point that out, because I think people that follow the Bible think like, yes, Jesus is the rightful master. But as I pointed out, the Morning Star references in the Bible are both to Lucifer and Jesus, and this is again that thing I'm talking about, where it's one single text, but there's two ways to read it.
Right.
Can I speak to that? Or are you going to say something?
Yeah, no, Cam. Yeah, go for it.
So I think there's a bit of a hasty generalization going on here, respectfully, in that just because we're speaking of scripture and talking about the stories of Jesus, that we're not also seeing layers beneath, allegory, etc. And specifically understanding that again, was what I was just saying about JT, that the Greco-Romanized story of Jesus in the Greek Gospels is layers on top of an actual older source that goes all the way back to the Hebrew Gospel, which is also a preservation of the original way, which has nothing to do with what we now call the Hebrew Bible or the Tanakh. Those, like I said, animal sacrifice, blood ritual, all of this is Babylonian.
That's all Old Testament. Yeah. That's what you said.
Yeah. This is all ritual blood magic that's Black infiltrated magic, a system. And so you've got an original way, which is a complete rejection of all of that. And then on top of it, you got layers of the priestly magic. But then on top of that, you've got Homeric, Platonic, like the Gospel of John has Platonism all in it, and then you've got Homeric, thaumatic themes where Jesus is a mystery man coming in and out, which is clearly like Homer being written on top of it. Like we're not privy to this.
Can I jump in real quick and just say this? I'm not really against you guys, right? Like I'm cool with Christians. We're reading the same book. If anything, I'm going against like people, what I hate. I go after, people who say that they're witches, and there's a lot of LARPing going on in YouTube, and I don't see those people as real left-hand pathers. So I'm on a witch hunt, right? I'm not coming after Christians.
Let me.
Witches. So please don't consider me your enemy.
No, I like that. I like that. You're like Constantine, like Keanu Reeves and Constantine a little bit, right?
I am the one, man.
Okay, so how about this? You said you're a left-hand pather, right?
Yep.
Do you sit on it first so it goes numb?
No, I'm born left-handed, and I'm not fighting the current anymore.
But do you sit on the left?
Hold on.
Do you step on your left hand a little bit so it goes numb before you get started, so it feels a little better? Feels like someone else is doing it. Yeah, I know you left-hand pathers. Okay, I know what the left-hand path's all about.
There's a guy.
Feels like someone else is doing it, right? Well, how about this?
He's a psychology guy. He has a book called The Master and the Emissary.
Hang on. I'm going to mute you. I want to ask you something. You're a left-hand pather. Does that mean you're in favor of bloodshed as a magical right? You think that's a valid currency?
I'm just not ignorant to the power that is in.
Well, what's so left-hand path about you?
I don't have a master, man. That's what it's all about. When you're on the left-hand
That
path,
doesn't mean left-hand path. So what's left-hand path?
you're
to you?
asking me, right? You're asking me to
Yeah.
define it. I'll define it for you. I'll define it for you.
Okay.
I don't. I'm the master. That's why I said I'm the one. I'm not following any religion, dude. I'm following my own path. That is the true left-hand path.
Okay.
No master.
Now you said, and you think Jesus is a master, right?
He is. Yes, he is.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool, but I think you're wrong. Paul, you might have some quarrels with Paul. Maybe you could go, fight with Paulianity. That would be really.
I like Paul's
It'd be really
doctrine.
good
I
for
think
you
he's great.
if you don't see Jesus as the liberator from false masters. I don't think you're seeing what's really there in the Bible. Jesus liberates us from masters.
I didn't come on.
And by the way,
to say which one's right or wrong. I just wanted to point out that the reason I think the book is inspired is because there's those two versions that are in the one text, and it's revealed in that way. That's it. I'm not trying to convert you, dude, and I hope you're not trying to convert me. That's.
Oh, of course I'm trying to convert you. I've got a friend, a viewer here, who's a self-proclaimed left-hand fapper and this and that.
Well, you know what? I was
Get
raised
off
in the
of
church,
that.
man. I'm not like someone who came to the left-hand path just had parents that were. No, man. I was raised in the church.
Okay,
and
I don't
raised
think you're
the
actually in the
Bible.
left-hand path, by the way. I think you're just kind of wearing a punk rock T-shirt, like, yeah, I'm on left.
Well, yeah, I wanna clarify the whole master thing. I mean, I think that's just again a little bit of a straw man of what we're talking about, because Jesus, showing the way is not the same. It's showing us the way of how we live in direct connection with
You know how
God.
earlier I was saying I was profaning, was to say that Jesus was a master and what he was doing was also what I would consider to be profane. But
Whoa, didn't he say don't cast pearls to swine?
well, I'm not giving you the meaning of the allegories, man. I'm just pointing out to you that the meaning that the church gives is obviously just.
Well, here I got an allegory
Here.
for you. You
Here.
brought up the fishers of men really quick. You brought up the fishers of men. So there's multiple layers of understanding of that with just at the face value with, again, the concept that we're talking about right now, which is actually leaving fishing behind and not catching fish anymore, which actually goes back to a previous story from Pythagoras 500 years earlier, where he guesses the number of fish in a net. And if he guesses the number right, then the fisherman has to let them go and free them as an act of liberation. And ironically, in the Gospel of John, 153 fish are caught in the net, and 153 is the most sacred number to Pythagoras because it makes a perfect triangle. And it's also the ratio height.
I mean, there's all those layers. But then
the layer below that is the Damascus document. The fisher of men is actually Belial, the satanic character who's catching humanity in the hook, snare, and pit of meat consumption, flesh consumption, money matrix, as in governmental money, and literally government mind control. So I don't know if that's deep enough for you, but I do know that the fisher of men actually comes from Belial, the archetypal character from the desert dwelling wilderness, true Nazarene followers, as found in the Damascus document. So
yeah, I'm not denouncing anything you say. I think there's probably some you mentioned the numerology and Pythagoras. There's probably some astrological thing there, and it's probably, yes, I probably agree. If I go look it up, I'll probably get confirmation of what you're saying. All I'm saying is that in a Freemason lodge, there's a 33 degrees, right? And each one of those is just an allegory out of the Bible. I know one of them is the Fishers of Men one, right? So I don't think that's the answer, answer and key kind of thing. Like, I don't think what you just provided there is what that would be consistent with that. And I'm pretty sure we could all agree that Freemasons are Satan.
I don't know. They're not Satanists. They're Luciferians. They believe in.
All right, man. Well, whatever you want to call it, but slave and master.
Well, Anthony, thanks for calling in, man. Thanks for having fun with us.
Thank you.
I hope you call in again. Next here, we got Magic Garden Mike. I'd also like to say left-hand path. The real left-hand path is engaging in animal sacrifice all the time and jizzing your brains out and getting abortions and just saying, screw it. I'm not lukewarm. I'm not nothing. I'm going all the way left. Okay. Aleister Crowley wasn't even a real left-hand pather. Okay. I mean, you really got to go left to be a true left-hand pather. Everything else, with all due respect, I love you, buddy, and people like this, don't be afraid to like the Beatles. just because everyone else does. Don't think Iron Maiden's going to automatically make you cooler. It's definitely not going to make you better. It isn't going to make you cooler. And sorry if that sounds demeaning or anything, but I've got a little bit of experience in it. I've been into all the ceremonial magic and this and that, and I've talked bad on Jesus before, rarely ever, but I've been in similar spots and had similar rebellious attitudes, and dare I say, kind of, I don't know, good band syndrome, oh, everyone likes them, so I kind of feel lame liking them too. Not to generalize or dumb it down too much, but next we got Magic Garden Mike.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say, first time caller, long time listener.
Awesome. How you doing, man? What can
I'm
we do
doing
for you?
great. I'm just so happy to be inside of the Florida Department of Magic, and actually, the last guy, that's great that he brought a little bit of the energy of like kind of challenging, I thought. And, I thought at least he's reading the book and trying to think critically about it.
Yeah.
And I thought that was nice at least. But then I really agree with you guys on a lot of stuff. I wanted to share a little quick story for Cam, because while I was watching your channel, because I've never really seen Cam's face before, but I did watch his documentary. And it was about like a year ago. I was at I live in West Palm Beach, and there's a vegan restaurant, and the chef at the vegan restaurant, he's the head chef. His name is Ron, and he decided to put together this event, and he gathered all these people, and he put on a like the documentary on a big screen, and like it was like pretty jarring to watch in like a group of people. I remember I brought a lawn chair. I didn't even know what I was getting into. He was like, "Come back later, man. Bring a chair. We're going to watch a documentary and all this." At the time, I was still sort of a meat eater. I called myself a flexitarian, where I, dabbled in both. And but it was like that documentary actually was really influential to me, because it really did call out the contradiction, and a lot of people don't think about that stuff. And it was hard to watch, but it was worth the watch. And after I thought about it for a while, it really did. And I went vegetarian. So yeah, just want to share that.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Nice, bro.
That's awesome, Mike.
What was the name of the restaurant again?
It was called V, and I think it was like short for vegan, but it's like not there anymore. It was on the 500 block of this street in West Palm. And yeah, it was pretty cool.
Nice.
Have you been into the bookstore?
I haven't been into the bookstore, dude. I cannot wait to come into the bookstore and meet you, dude. I want to pick up some of the books and all that. Like, I'm just like so excited. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's like, I'm not far away. I'm only like 20-minute drive from where you guys are at.
Yeah, man. Come on in, Mike. Where
Yeah,
are you going to say, Cam?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to come in.
I just said shout out to V. That's awesome, and I'm grateful that you felt that level of impact from the film, and that you got to go to one of the screenings. And hopefully that you just said encourages more people to watch the film. Definitely go check it out. Like I said before, it's free on our website right now. And yeah, shout out. You should go check out Connor's store, man. I went through there last time I was in the West Palm area, and it's super cool. We had a lot of good
I can't wait.
chat. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I was gonna call in and joke and be like, "Yeah, I love eating at McDonald's," and just like mess with you guys for a second first. But no, I agree with almost everything. But everybody keep critically thinking about the topics, and I love that you guys share the topics and even accepting callers. Like, how cool is that? So keep it up, man. I'm happy to be in the Florida Department of Magic.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, man. You have a good night. Come visit soon. All right, next we got Lucky Scale Blazer. I don't know how to say it.
It's
Lucky,
really
how you
easy.
doing?
It's really easy. It's just Sky Blazer.
Sky Blazer, what's up? I like it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Can you hear
man.
me?
It's kind of a take from Star Wars. I hear you fans as well. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
I love your content. Gotta say, I do have a weird perspective to share though. I don't think that Yahusha died on the cross. I think God made it appear like it.
Okay.
Some Islamic there.
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Well, you have a very thick Muslim accent.
What? That's crazy, man.
Where are you from?
I'm South African.
Oh, I'm just kidding. I thought you were British. I was trying to
No,
make
no.
a Muslim is a Britain is
Oh,
totally
okay.
Muslim now.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
South
Yeah, but-
Africa. I love South African accents. I'm sorry I didn't pick up on it.
I've been pulling at these threads and like
Now I hear it.
Jesus sounds a lot like Judas to me, doesn't it? It's really funny how they played with these words and like inserted them into the Bible. I'm just presenting some chords you might want to tug on. You
Mhm.
might be surprised what you find.
So you don't think Jesus died on the cross?
I think it was the scapegoat, right?
Okay. Do you think
So-
he ate? Go ahead.
Most Christians would say like, okay, Abraham and Isaac's story mirrors the story on the cross, but they forget the tiny detail that the scapegoat got presented instead of Isaac. So would a father really sacrifice his son, or would he let justice happen? I mean, I'm not taking away from any of the story, but this is another perspective that nobody is talking about.
Totally. Now, how
And no
about
one
this?
wants to hear.
Do you think Jesus was vegetarian? Have you?
Oh,
have
for
you?
sure.
Okay. Well, then we're
Look,
done here.
I agree with a lot of what you guys say. I learn from you guys actually, and I learn from everyone. And the main thing that is really boggling my mind is this whole plot to like get the 2 or 3 Abrahamic religions to fight amongst each other. It's just nuts.
Yeah. I'd agree, man. Are you in South Africa?
Yeah.
Are you black or white?
No, I'm white, man. Do I sound black?
I don't know. You sound African. But
Oh, man. I
you
ride
know,
a line
white-
to work.
No, yeah, you sound white. You sound like a white South African. I'm just asking, man. Stay careful over there.
Nah, it's
Can you-
not that
can
bad,
you-
actually. I feel
in-
safer in the street than at home sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
In honor of Leo DiCaprio's famous role, can you say "This is Africa"?
Rhodesia.
This is Africa. I don't know. That sounded a bit Russian in the end as well. Like I got all of these little accents, man.
Hey, I was gonna say, yeah, man. I mean, it's interesting what you say. I mean, even in the Orthodox Christian sense, like, did Jesus really die? Right? Because even if you take the Orthodox position, he doesn't die. His spirit lives on. If it's the spirit body, if it's a physical body, which many of the church fathers and many would argue from the text with the resurrection accounts that it's an actual physical body. So yeah, there is no death except for a period of time. So it's almost like in a way it's like a near death experience or whatever. The body dies, the heart stops, but then it revives again.
Yeah.
So whether it's spiritual or physical, it's still kind of in alignment
Well,
with
I
what
mean,
you're saying.
all of this Jesus worship and the sun worship and all of this stuff, like completely like it feels so obvious once you point it out. And like, yeah, man, I'm not trying to sound smart or anything. I'm just a dude from South Africa that's enjoying studying all of this, trying to put these pieces together. And it
Well,
seems
hey.
like these pieces start fitting.
Well, hey, Skyblazer, thank you for calling in, man. Appreciate it. Long live Zimbabwe. Sorry, no, fuck. Long live Rhodesia. Okay. Long live Rhodesia. Now
South
next here we've got Austin. I hope he's got something to say about vegetarian Jesus or not. Doesn't matter. Austin, how you doing? You're live on Old World.
Yo, what's up, homie? Big time fan, man. Been watching you for a while, bro. Can't say nothing bad about you. I'm all about vegetarianism too, So.
Australia. All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, represent the
So
veg.
yeah, I'm definitely representing vegetarianism. How do you feel about maybe Francis Bacon writing the Bible, bro?
Yeah, I think he was involved for sure. People love to trash the King James version and say, "Oh, it was all these, people conspiring and in secrecy." And
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
Yeah.
I love that stuff. You think they're gonna rent out a auditorium and do it for everyone to see and all this, and everyone's
Well, I mean, like
No.
he's like supposedly Shakespeare too, or whatever
Yeah.
too. Man. Like,
yeah.
crazy.
Well,
man.
people like to point this out as if it and I'm not saying you are, but other people like to point it out as if it takes away or undermines the King James Version Bible. I think it bolsters it. I think Francis Bacon, John Dee was probably involved in the early stages too.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
so there's got to be some sort of manipulation too, in terms of that, right? Like in terms of because those guys were making all kinds of moves, the dude was talking angelic and all kinds of shit like that, So
yeah,
I don't know.
John Dee was studying the Enochian language. Francis Bacon was also a mathematician, Kabbalist, and all this stuff. Yeah. Queen Elizabeth. I was going to say Queen Elizabeth got all these geniuses in a room. She was dead and gone by the time
Do you think that she figured that out? Like she was like, oh, she's the mastermind behind all that. She's like, I got to get all these great guys,
Yes.
great guys in a room,
Yep, she was. Yep,
Oh,
she was consulting John Dee. John Dee had a vision of what English language could be. Francis Bacon had a vision. His contribution was seeing that language grow into like a military might, because the same thing had happened with the French earlier. The French had standardized their language to make it more poetically capable, right? And by consequence, by refining their language, they were actually able to boost their military might and, gain influence and kind of dominate in many, many fields just by kind of refining their language, improving it. The English wanted to do the same thing, and by God, when they did, you get the English Empire. England was nothing before that. It was nothing.
Hey, dude, everything today is the English Empire, bro. Like they control everything, bro. It's insane.
Yeah.
Like it's just a constellation of all the English Empire, even America, man.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, Austin, man, I got to bring on another caller.
Hey,
We've got
dude, huge
Go
fan,
ahead.
man. Love you. I'm gonna come and try to visit your big bookstore sometime, man.
Thanks, Austin. I'm flattered. It warms my heart. Next, we got Dead Wolf. We'll speed run whoever's left in here, and then we'll get out. Cam, that cool?
Yeah, I'm doing great. My only thing is I'm in my Airstream and it's freezing cold tonight.
Freezing.
And I wasn't planning on it, so I'm kind of like I'm just surviving the cold right now. But I'm doing
Right.
good. It's keeping me fresh.
Yeah. Dead Wolf, you're live on Old
Hello.
World Florida. What's up, Dead Wolf?
How you doing? Yeah, I'm
Pretty
in my
good.
travel trailer as well.
Nice.
I am a carnivore. I have been involved in livestock production all of my life. I'm 56 years old, so many decades. I can tell you anything you want to know from the inside view. I'm still a meat eater. I grew up hunting and all of that stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I will be intellectually honest and will disclose any information you'd ever want to, ask. I'm up
Well,
here
that's-
in North Dakota in a very cold climate.
Yeah. Well, that's
So-
it's very generous of you to offer your expertise. Are you familiar with the fisting process?
I'd have to describe that. Perhaps I've never heard that term specifically.
Well, that's
Go
what
ahead.
that's what I'm terming it. It's the fisting process. The artificial insemination. Do you do that too?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I was going to be trained to actually do that, but I never did. I never did go into that. But I watched.
By who?
And
Ron Jeremy?
No. Just my cow man owner operator who I worked for few decades ago. So I was very close to it. Watched it done. Assisted with it many times. Yes.
Okay. You feel like that's a good career path?
Probably not on the industrialized path that we are on with it, and what it has become as in industrialized.
So
you know what I'm saying?
Are you a Christian?
I am an ex-Christian. I am a good friend of Jeffrey Daugherty. I would not be here if it weren't for Jeffrey Daugherty. Many versions of Jesus. I'm open to those conversations. I want to actually have Jeff do some shows on that someday. And if Jesus was a vegetarian, I did not know that fish were a vegetable.
Well, that's a good point. Cam touched on that a little bit, but we'd love to clear that up. Fish could be interpreted symbolically in the numerological reference that Cam, mentioned, 153 being a very significant number. If you go into gematria and add up God speaks through numbers, or God uses numbers, it's also 153 in the traditional gematria. And fish, another easy way out of this argument is to say, well, Jesus himself represented the fish. The time of his birth marked the beginning of the age of Pisces. So yes, he's passing out fish. Another way to look at it is the fish is the seed of life, and Jesus is multiplying, kind of a spirit or a teaching, you could say, that once digested multiplies and is, you can infect others with it, and it's ever multiplying. Pisces are very forgiving people. You could say the fish represents forgiveness, and the Vesica Pisces means coming together, and people, kind of finding middle ground. People, things like that. Can't probably do a better explanation of that, but
yeah. I see people in the chat saying, "Oh, come on, fish means fish. Don't stretch it." So let's go straight into it here. So when it comes to anything Jesus from a critical historical method, like through the way that actual critical biblical scholars study the Bible, it's best to go early as possible within the tradition and in the textual tradition to get to the root of the matter. And if we're studying and basing our moral axiom on Jesus, it's best to go with Jesus as early as possible. Okay. So in that context, the Gospel of Mark is the earliest Greek gospel written. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about an even earlier gospel, the Hebrew Gospel of Matthew, which will clear all of this confusion up. But let's just stick with the Greek Gospels because that's what we have in our Bible, right? And that's what most people are willing to consider. The story of fishing that we always associate with Jesus, we're even talking about the 153 and all of this, none of that exists in the Gospel of Mark. Zilch. It's not there. And critical biblical scholars know that Matthew, Mark, and even John to some extent are borrowing from Mark. The three first Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they're called synoptic Gospels. That means syn to next to optic look. So you look at them beside each other and you see that they all parallel because Matthew and Luke borrowed all their material from Mark. So for instance, in Mark, Jesus approaches the apostles, and when he calls them, the famous moment where we always think the story is told that Jesus tells them to cast their net to the other side of the boat, catch the fish, it's a miracle, and they go, "Oh my gosh, you're the master," and they follow him. Even in that version of the story, which is in Luke, he still says to come follow me and drop your nets. They drop their nets and they leave fishing behind. So they stop being fishermen. But in the earliest Gospel of Mark, there's no fishing story. There's also no fishing story like that in the Gospel of Matthew or Luke. It's just he shows up, they're fishermen, and they drop their nets and they leave with him. There's no fishing. Okay. So the earliest account of the fishing story, there is no fishing story. Okay. Now the feeding of the loaves and fishes story, right? The feeding of the 5,000. This is where we go to Jesus. Okay. Because in Jesus's own retelling of the story in Matthew 16:9 and Mark 8:19, they're doubting him and his messianic power or whatever. And he says, well, wait a minute. Don't you remember when I multiplied the loaves for the 4,000 and I fed the loaves to the 5,000? He doesn't mention any fish. So Jesus's own retelling, literally from his words, quotation marks, says he multiplied loaves, no fish. Okay. So when you look at, okay, well, wait a minute, but there is this mention of the 2 fish in one account or some fish in another account. Every single time Jesus blesses the loaves, he does not bless the fish. He breaks the loaves. So there would be an argument there that, yeah, some, poor person who's come and is just hearing the message is bringing some fish and they're trying. It says a young boy. Jesus actually asked for bread in John 6:5 when he says to the disciples, hey, go and fetch some bread. So there's another quotation of Jesus. He doesn't say go fetch fish. He says go fetch bread. Here's where it gets really interesting. Everything in the New Testament in stories of Jesus match or fulfill typology from the Old Testament. All Christian apologists use this to justify everything about Jesus' life and him being the actual prophesied Messiah, right? Well, there's a multiplication of the loaves story in the Old Testament. It's Elijah and Elisha. They multiply 20 loaves and feed hundreds or maybe even thousands of soldiers. And Jesus and John the Baptist are confused with Elijah and Elisha in the New Testament. So to add the fish onto the story in the New Testament is to corrupt the original Old Testament prophecy of Elijah and Elisha, right? And finally, the word fish in these stories makes a lot of sense when you understand that the Aramaic and Hebrew word for fish, which is dag, is a double meaning, which means multiply. So it's actually in the Old Testament. There's a story of, I think it's Jacob and his many sons and nations that will come after him. And it says, Jacob will fish unto many nations. He will multiply into many nations. So you can only imagine that when an oral tradition is told of a story, and maybe even a written one that gets transmitted where it says Jesus fished many loaves, he multiplied many loaves, that it becomes, he multiplied loaves and fish. Okay.
Yeah. And just to double down on that, the Vesica Pisces point I was making earlier, you can see it as coming together, peace being made between two opposites. You can also see it as cell division. The Vesica Pisces, which is the fish cross-section, is cells dividing or coming together.
Which is the 153, because 265 over 153 is the ratio height to width of the Ichthu symbol, which means fish, which is the little symbol on everyone's soccer mom bumper sticker that says Jesus in the middle of it. And to your point, the flower of life is, the ancient term is the fisherman's net. Ooh. So in the Gospel of John, it looks like a fisherman's net. In the Gospel of John, the whole 153 in reference is absolutely pointing to this Platonic, Pythagorean, sacred geometrical kind of motif. And the final piece I'll say is that, then people will point to the Gospel of Luke. There's honeycomb and broiled fish. I know you've said some really good pieces, like this is his resurrected. If we even take it at face value, this is his resurrected body. It doesn't actually even say, I think you said something.
He didn't order it off the menu. I mean, they just grabbed what they were already eating, it seems,
Well, there's variants on the text, even if we take it at face value, as fish and fish and honeycomb.
Yeah.
And in the fish and honeycomb variant, which is actually an earlier one, it says he took it and ate it. And the Greek there is a singular form. It means he ate one of them and not the other, which is interesting. But here's the final piece on that, is this is where I want to circle back to the Hebrew Gospel of Matthew. Is the Gospel of Luke is, the last chapter is like 280% longer than any other chapter in the whole New Testament, I think, which indicates to critical biblical scholars that it's been added onto over time. And there's multiple resurrection accounts. You can see the layers, and you can see even stylometrically how the language changes over time because it's different periods and different hands adding to the story. The earliest account of the resurrection is in the Gospel of Luke is Jesus breaking bread with the unnamed disciple on the road to Emmaus. This account matches our true earliest account of the resurrected Jesus, which is the Hebrew Gospel of Matthew, attested to by all the church fathers, where Jesus breaks bread with his brother James the Just after the resurrection, which matches the Gospel of Thomas and many other records. So anyways, I'll stop there, but the fishing stories are fishy to say the least. I've made a whole video on this on my YouTube channel.
Cam does have a great refutation video. And the final, okay, you got us. It was fish. Oh, we can't, let's say that's really the case. Did Jesus eat it? Did he eat the fish that he was multiplying? No. Makes no mention of Jesus eating that fish. And as a vegetarian, maybe you'd feel the same, Cam. If I had 5,000 friends hanging around, would I rather them eat sacrificed temple
or fish,
lamb and beef or chicken or some of my terrestrial fellows in the Garden of Eden that I know their names, I grow up, I pet them, I know all these people? To quote Kurt Cobain, as one of the commenters said, guys, fish don't have any feelings, okay? And they're not necessarily our closest companions in the Garden of Eden. Now, I love fish. I think you can become friends with fish, but Chinese medicine would say it quite literally is a less of a karmic blow to consume fish, to consume chicken. There is a hierarchy. Some vegans
it's non-sacrificial. It's the only non-sacrificial meat in
too.
History. But what I will say, someone in here is like, "Oh man, you're a full-on Gnostic from all this conversation we were just having around the fish." The irony of that statement is the earliest Nazarene movement clearly rejected flesh and animal sacrifice. It's historically documented. Jesus the Nazarene is all over the Greek New Testament. So he is a member of this sectarian group that rejected animal sacrifice and flesh consumption, full stop. So that's why the fish can't match it anyways. And the irony of saying that it's Gnostic to talk about it in the way that we are is hilarious, because there's pretty strong evidence that the fish elements of the story came in through the father of all Gnostics, Marcion, because he was adjacent to some of the Nazarene community, but couldn't accept all of their teaching, made the Old Testament God the evil God, etc. And he added, he accepted full on that the vegetarian way of life, but he stayed a pescatarian. Why? Because he was a ship owner and he owned a whole fleet of ships and he was a regular fisherman. And there's more reasons why, but it's actually the first Gnostic who probably brought in the fish story. So
amazing. All right, guys, we got next caller in here. I think I know who it is. I might not know who it is. I've got a guess. PHX, you're on the line. What can we do for you?
Hey guys, thanks so much for having me on. Can you hear me?
Are you Chief Falcone?
Chief Chacon.
Chief Chacon.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Cam, thanks for inviting me on earlier, brother. I wanted to make sure that I made a call in. Guys, thank you so much for doing God's work, doing the divine work. So much to unpack in this call, guys, and I really just commend your leadership, your courage, the fact that you guys are putting yourselves out there and just, letting all this information, laying all this information out for people to accept or reject. And look, guys, it's backed by text. It's backed by astrology. And Longo, I thank you so much for bringing up some of these astrological references as well. I myself am an astrologer. I practice astrotheology. That's what I would subscribe to. You could say I wouldn't necessarily say that I am a Christian, but I would definitely say that I have a divine connection with Creator, and it's astrology the practice of astrology, the science of astrology that has, reignited my faith in divine source, in divine Creator. And, I'm also Native American. I call myself Chief Chacon because I'm a descendant of Chief Francisco Chacon of the Jicarilla Apache, who led the last war against the United States government, the Jicarilla Apache against the United States government. My grandfather, Francisco Chacon, led that war. And, shout out to you, Longo, for mentioning what you mentioned earlier about the, I think you said the KGC I think that was the proper acronym there. And, you know, talking about the Garden of Eden being here in Amaruka, which, guys, that is what the name America comes from. It comes from Amaruka, the land of the feathered serpent. And if you do not know the story yet of Quetzalcoatl, I encourage and implore and empower all of you to look up this story, the story of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who also rejected not only human sacrifice, but animal sacrifice, which is why he led his people north out of the Aztec and Mayan cultures. And then he was actually literally crucified on a cross here in Tucson, Arizona. And, you know, so many of these stories sound so similar to the story of what we've been told as. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Chief, sorry to interrupt, but
please,
I
go ahead.
I love that you went from Knights of the Golden Circle to Quetzalcoatl in like a matter of 7 seconds. Because what's one of the alternative names of Quetzalcoatl, or his
Kukulkan?
Kukulkan.
Yeah.
Ooh,
brother. Yeah. Okay.
Ku Klux Klan. Who knows?
Yeah, and see, this is the thing. Is you know, there's different sects, right? And these different sects would say that Kukulkan promoted animal sacrifice or even human sacrifice, right? But Quetzalcoatl did not.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that reflects poorly on Kukulkan. I actually see it as the KKK kind of picking a dragon that they like, you know, or they see him as another dragon, right? The grand dragon of the KKK. They see that as kind of the same energy. I'm not saying they have the best understanding of Kukulkan or anything, but go ahead.
Of course. And thank you, you know, for referencing that as well. And guys, it's bringing me back to my point of what I was really ultimately getting to is, you know, so many of these stories are really talking about the messenger of God, Hermes. And, you know, and when we're looking at how to properly read the Bible, many biblical scholars will point to the word hermeneutics, right? And when you're looking at this word hermeneutics, it's basically breaking down the grade level of how you're going to interpret the Bible. Well, the root word of this word hermeneutics is Hermes, the messenger of God. And so, you know, we really want to pay attention to these things, and we want to pay attention to the astrological references. We want to pay attention to the hermetic references. We want to pay attention to the allegorical references. And, you know, that's really what I choose to subscribe to. This is why my ancestors here had crosses way before Columbus ever showed up. Why? Because what they were doing is they were observing the sun dying and resurrecting on the cross of solstices and equinoxes. That's what they were doing. And they were paying homage to that Son of God dying and resurrecting on the cross of the solstices and equinoxes. And, you know, when we were when the Bible is talking about the bull sacrifice or the bull worship, that's because we were in the age of Taurus. When there was lamb sacrifice or ram sacrifice, it was the age of Aries. Right. You know, and you mentioned before earlier about, you know, Jesus being the beginning of the age of Pisces. But he also said, follow the man with the pitcher of water into the house in which he goes, as we are now entering that age of Aquarius. And you know, we're having this Saturn retrograde with Neptune retrograde conjunct in Pisces. And I'm so grateful for you guys doing this show right now, because it's providing so much clarity to the end of this age of Pisces, so that we have the proper perspective of what this prophet was really trying to teach, which is a lifestyle of how to lead people and, you know, to reject animal sacrifice, reject human sacrifice, reject blood sacrifice, reject living off of adrenochrome, reject all of these things. And that's why the animals were led out of the temple. But understand this as well, guys. Understand that the temple, God does not dwell in temples built by man's hands. The kingdom of heaven is within, and ye are gods. So I'm not saying that, you know, we're all going to, I'm not to the demigod subscription and all of these things, but I'm encouraging you to open your mind outside of these religious shackles and recognize that astrology is right there in Genesis 1:14. God made the sun, moon, and the stars for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And you want to pay attention to those signs. And then he asked Job, canst thou call henceforth the Mazzaroth? What's the Mazzaroth? The Mazzaroth is zodiac. So if you don't know the zodiac, you can't say that you truly understand this book. The three magi, guys, they knew what the Star of Bethlehem was, which was a Jupiter-Venus conjunction.
Well, here, I hate to slow you down, but I got to get the next caller in. They've been real patient. Chief Chacon, guys, I threw his YouTube up there a couple minutes ago. give him a subscribe. He does some good stuff with Santos Bonacci here and there, I see. And Chief Chacon, thanks for calling, man.
Longo, one more thing, brother. One more thing. I would love to do a show, the four of us, with Santos.
Okay, anytime. I'd love to. I'm
Let's
down.
do it, brother. Thank you so
Hit-
much for having me on, guys. Appreciate you.
You
Peace,
as
brother.
well. Peace. All right, we'll speed run.
Hey, can I
Cam-
hit one thing that I've seen come up a few times?
Yeah, of course.
Just real quick, just in case. Multiple people have brought up the it's not what goes into your mouth, but what comes out that defiles you from Jesus in the scripture. Just want to clarify, if you go read the text, it's right there in plain English, or Greek or Hebrew if you go, or Greek if you go behind it. That this is about ritual hand washing. Jesus is being challenged because his disciples are being challenged by the Pharisees because they're not washing their hands ritually before eating and before entering. And he's trying to say, hey, another one has to do with the Sabbath too, but it's the ritual hand washing on the Sabbath. Bottom line, it's a comment about cleanliness, like germs or terrain theory, if you're a terrain theorist, but it's about the hand washing, not about the food itself. So Jesus is being challenged, and they're saying, hey, your disciples are eating with dirty hands, basically. And he's saying, well, it's not what goes in if it's defiled by the dirty of the hands, but it's what comes out. And then he does relate that metaphorically to also what comes out of your mouth, like the things that you say and do, etc. But it starts with ritual hand washing, not the food. And actually, in one of the counts, they're picking grain, and there's a whole bread reference. So it's not even about meat. And then the final piece, it's finally clarified when Jesus confronts the scribes and the Pharisees in the famous, I think it's Matthew 23 or something, where he says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees. You're like whitewashed tombs. You're clean on the outside, pristine on the outside, but inside you're full of the bones of corpses. Necron is the word, necron. So he's calling them out, saying, oh, you're all washed and pure on the outside, but inside you're full of flesh and corpses, pointing to this. So
human sarcophagi.
Yeah.
All right. Well said. We've got Garrett Solberg coming in. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Didn't mean to do you like that. Didn't mean to dox you, Garrett. Garrett, you're live on Old Wolf, Florida. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing tonight?
Awesome. What can we do for you?
Well, I just want to say first off, thanks, Cam, for putting together a great documentary. My wife and I watched it. We have a community here in Utah that follows a lot of Steiner's work, and a bunch of these Steiner people introduced us to that video, and we absolutely loved it. So thanks so much. And then Dr. Longo, we've been following your stuff a lot since we followed Santos Bonacci as well. So my wife and I kind of consider ourselves to be secretists. So at least we're on the path. So anyways, I after COVID, I did a deep dive, since I was like, I kind of threw all of my education out the window and just really opened myself. My wife and I opened ourselves up to, we don't know anything. We're here to learn everything we possibly can. So a couple of things I want to throw out there just to kind of go along with what you guys were talking about with adrenochrome is that cows share 80% of their genes with humans. So they're already leading us in a direction of being cannibalistic. Just with eating, people don't make that connection. It's just animal. These are animals, they're not humans. So, but it's just leading in that direction. And if you look historically, and I believe if you go back to someone mentioned the Mind Unveiled, historically, there's a video that talks about how eventually, historically, eating meat will eventually lead to cannibalism, meaning eating your human flesh. So there's that component. I also wanted to bring up a little bit more, since I consider myself to be a syncretist, as to the Christ Christos, or the Christ oil found within the body. So people always talk about astrotheology, and of course that's laden in the Bible, but there's also a physiological and a biological component to how the Bible relates to our bodies, and how the Christ oil dwells within our bodies. Literally, it's a combination of oil. So when we talk about Christ being anointed, it's the colostrum and the cerebral spinal fluid. And when you combine those, and that descends down to the lowest point of your body, in the sacrum area, sacrum, and then travels back up. As long as you're not eating acidic food or eating meat, because when you eat meat, that burns up that oil that exists within your body. Then you don't have when you're eating that meat, your body your spirit doesn't have the ability to go through an ascension process or to live in the highest version of self or the Christed version of self, right? Now, I will tell you that because I studied astrotheology and, there's 7, according to Manly P. Hall, there's 7 different meanings to scripture, and the historical part of it's the least important.
All right, man. Hey, Garrett, I hate
But as
to
of
cut
late,
you.
I will tell you that.
Hang on, Garrett. I hate to cut you off. We got to get some other people in here. Is there anything you'd like to ask us?
Have you ever studied Ralph Ellis and his understanding of the historicity of Jesus?
Cam, you ever heard of Ralph Ellis?
Ralph Ellis. The name doesn't.
haven't.
The name doesn't ring a bell at this moment. No.
Historically, it might behoove you guys to look at some of his material, because I threw it out, the history of Jesus, until I found his material. It explains a lot. Like, one last thing I just got to throw in there. You guys were mentioning the fish in the Bible and how he fed everyone. Well, the fish would represent Pisces, and then the bread is another way of saying knowledge in Hebrew, according to what Ralph Ellis says. So that easily explains how he was able to feed the masses.
Well,
Nice.
thank you, Garrett. We appreciate you calling in.
I was just going to add on that, like what he said about the genetics of cows. Pigs are even more. Pigs are like highly genetically similar to humans, which is wild to think about.
Yeah, they
smarter than dogs too.
Their eyes are incredibly human.
Someone's throwing shade, I think, or not. I'm not sure. No, they are. They said I need a steak in a coal burning stove because I look cold. I actually am cold, and it's not because I need a steak. I'm actually superhuman strength right now. I think it's like 20 degrees where I'm sitting right now in my Airstream, because I don't have a heater in here. So I'm actually pretty proud of how much I'm withstanding. I'm like Wim Hof in here, bro.
Don't let your mom catch you whimming off in your room. My mom caught me whimming off in my room one time.
Yeah, I'm working.
You okay in there, Con?
I'm breathing my way through it.
Everything okay in there? But Maria Grace,
Hello.
how are you doing?
Hello, doing well. Thank you guys for doing this. Kim, I want to say also, Christspiracy has had a really profound impact on me. So thank you. Thank you for all the work you've done putting it together. And I had a couple questions, but I'll just go with this one for now, for the sake of you getting warm. My question is, most of us vegans feel a deep heartbreak when we realize, all the harm that we've done to the animals. And from a Christian perspective, what's your take on how we can begin to forgive ourselves for that harm? I know I'll always feel that guilt, and that's justified, but beyond trying to repair through our advocacy, do you have any thoughts on how we can carry that guilt in a healthy way, and spiritually healthy way?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yep.
Have you ever shot an animal in the face?
Nope. No, I have not.
You're good. Don't worry about it. Move on. You're done. You're done.
Yeah.
You don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. You're good. Some of us have, and we're dealing with that also. So you're far ahead of the people who have their hands a bit bloodier than you. I would say everything you did up until you knew better can be easily excused. As soon as you know better, you have a responsibility to do better. And even most meat eaters who've heard of vegetarianism a little bit or seen some slaughterhouse footage, they really don't even know. I think you actually need to be vegetarian a little bit for you to feel that, right? For you to feel that kind of conscience, that surge of, now I'm not doing it anymore, so I can process the feeling. So I commend you for feeling that, okay? Only the good feel guilt. That's what some people say. But I wouldn't. I know you're trying to speak for many people out there. Thank you. But you personally, I would say just cast it off as best as you can. All the years you were doing what your parents were feeding you, you were doing what the TV was telling you, the school was telling you was the normal diet, the food pyramid and all this. And we were succumbing to that. Don't sweat it. Really don't sweat it. And for anyone else out there, I would say, what else can you do but eat fruits and vegetables and just kind of talk to God about it, Talk to God. Speak to your benevolent creator out loud. Tell him your pains, your worries, your stresses, and you will be granted the God's peace. God's peace, the stillness of mind that only Christians seem to walk around with all the time, right? You've given God all your worries and your burdens, and I think that might help. But
thank you for that. That was really beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was
Cam.
Really.
That was beautiful, Doc. I can only add to that. I'm in agreement with that, and I can only add, again, taking from the words of Jesus, he says, "You are forgiven at the measure at which you forgive others." So taking that feeling that you have and understanding that those around you could maybe carry the same thing when it comes to reaching out and talking to others about this topic where they maybe are or aren't at your level yet. The measure of the forgiveness that you carry is an open door towards, we still got to hold people accountable. Don't get me wrong, but keeping that spirit and that essence, I think circles its way back to you in the way that you carry the weight of that on your shoulders, and then use that as fuel to, just get active. Because what I always say when it comes to not eating animal products is that's like really just like basic line first step, like humanity. It's not like something to feel righteous about, or people always try to come and say that someone who chooses this, that vegans or vegetarians or whatever, they're self-righteous, blah blah blah. But really it's just like a baseline. It's just not doing something that's harmful, right? You don't say that someone who doesn't like kidnap children are righteous, so I think what you could do then is really move into what you're not consuming animals, but what are you doing for the animals? And that can be everything from speaking out on these topics to working and helping at sanctuaries to using your creative skills to get the message out to. There's so many things that you can do to just further feel like you're adding and doing something to continue the message forward. And I think that always, in my own personal experience with having similar thoughts about what's been in the past, the more active I am, the less room there is for me to really weigh on that too much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate both of your answers. Thank you. I guess the only other thing I'll ask is Cam, where can I get one of those Make Christians Vegan Again hats? I saw.
Yeah, I should make them.
You should.
That's the plan eventually. I have a couple. I have it right here. Should I wear it for the end of the stream?
Oh
There
yeah.
you go.
We've only got two more. Maria,
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Your name's Maria?
Yep.
Thanks for calling in, Maria.
Thank
You have
you
a good
guys.
night.
Have a good one. Good night.
We've got two more real quick, then we'll get Cam out of here. Okay, I'm gonna go tuck him in, throw some logs on the fire, get them all warmed up. Ethercast, you're live on Old World, Florida. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Chilling. What
Okay.
can we do for you?
I don't know. I haven't watched the full stream, but I don't know if you guys have tackled this idea already. But I think some of the entitlement that people get about like eating meat and stuff like that, I think like it might probably psychologically stem from the way that we contextualize Jesus's sacrifice and the way that we celebrate it. Like, you know how like we pretend to like eat his body and drink his blood. Like you see it, I can see that as like psychologically influencing people to believe that there's some kind of more divine entitlement aside from just like the general conformity of the standard American or even just general diet or whatever the hell. I can see that as being like something that people intake into their minds and think like if it has a pulse and blood in some way, shape, or form, no matter what creature it is, it has to be somewhat divine, and it's entitled for me to have to consume that. I don't know. What do you guys think about that kind of idea? I've kind of had that rattling around in my head for a while.
Longo, are you talking? I think
Yes.
you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. I said Cam, you can answer if you'd like.
Yeah, we actually cover this concept a little bit in Christspiracy. If you check it out, there's a nice little section there. Dr. James Tabor, who's one of the most profound biblical scholars living today. He was one of the guys instrumental in the Dead Sea Scroll Project, etc. Anyways, he presents the work of Bruce Chilton and other scholars who have posited the idea that the Eucharist has been kind of misinterpreted, in that the original notion was, this is my flesh, this is my blood, meaning this bread is my flesh rather than the flesh of the Passover lamb. And this grape juice, which is really more what it was like, because it was very low fermentation, because they didn't actually get drunk. They were against intoxication. So this grape juice, if you will, is my blood rather than the blood of the Passover lamb. So it's literally a protest meal replacing the Passover, because that's what's supposed to be happening. According to the Gospels, is that there's this ritual Passover where the blood, the lamb is killed, and it has this whole representation, when the earliest tradition is actually the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So you can go and look that up. It's the ancient tradition of the Hebrew faith. It's because the Hebrews, when they fled Egypt from Pharaoh's, control, the whole Moses story, they didn't have time. They fled in the night. They didn't have time to cook bread with yeast, because they didn't have time to wait for the yeast to rise. So that's where the unleavened part comes in. But like the oldest record of the Passover that we have is the Elephantine document, which only lists bread and wine. So essentially it's this old ritual that didn't necessarily have anything to do with animal sacrifice. It became about animal sacrifice, and it's almost like the character of Jesus is restoring in protest the peaceful, Edenic, non-flesh blood ritual way. But then it gets later interpreted as, it's literally becoming his flesh and his blood, which now we're getting back into the Canaan Baal kind of symbolism there. So and in fact, the Nazarenes and the Ebionim, which is their other name, which just means the poor, the first movement, they're documented as actually having bread and water, funny enough, because they were even that much. So yeah, there's different interpretations on it for sure.
See, I always assumed water would be more part of it than anything. Yeah. Okay. I never heard that other interpretation because for the longest because you always hear about like, he died for our sins. And in my mind, I'm thinking I feel like he died because of sin, just because of the condition of the world. It would not have allowed for a Jesus type to have existed that long. So, I mean, I've always thought that whole thing was like kind of empiric or whatever the hell. But that clears it up pretty good. And I think, I've been like vegan for, I'd say 10 years. And I think something more or less, I guess, it almost felt somewhat biblical. I don't know what the hell it was. But I got my aunt and like my mom and like other people into it for a while. My aunt was into it for 3 years, but she ended up getting like a surgery, I think like a gallbladder replacement or something like that. So where she couldn't like digest fiber for shit anymore. So, which takes out all of which basically justifies in a way to like lower the grade of meal. And I was like, because, I kind of guided her through that. I didn't want her to feel so bad about possibly having to, because otherwise she was just eating like a bunch of bleached foods that was just like snacky kind of vegan stuff like white rice and all this shit. And I was like, just to not make her feel bad, I was like, I think if she has to take the plunge, I'll take the plunge with her, So I think like a couple months back, like had some like catfish for the first time in like 10 years, whatever the hell. And like I had noticed, because I've just been kind of fluctuating between that back and forth, because I hadn't been pescatarian since I was like, I don't know, fucking 17 or something like that. So I've noticed that there was like somewhat of like a downstep, like a downgrade, and just generally how I feel like I don't know about, I guess you got kind of understand the idea. Like, you know, when sometimes you kind of have like this sort of heightened sense without just like, you know, you just take a good deep breath through your lungs and you feel it through your skin. Like a lot of those senses start to like dull out a little bit, but it wasn't nearly, I was also saying like, you know, we're not going as far as like shrimp or like probably like stuff like, you know, like the grazer animals, mainly because of, I think they are more like, I don't know how nasty the conditions are for fish. Usually I think the worst it gets is that they are just like farmed in septic like tanks or something like that. If it's like conventionally sold fish or something, but it does seem to be like the lighter, like less evil alternative.
Well, Ethercast, I appreciate you calling in. You're the last caller. You have a blessed night.
You too, man. I mean, it's nice to talk to you finally, man. We're like the same age, so it's kind of surreal having like this kind of this level of dialogue with anybody in like my generation. So I really appreciate it.
Well, awesome, man. We're glad to have you on our team.
Thank
You have
you.
a good night, Ethercast.
Hey, Doc, can I hit a couple of things I see in the chat really fast?
Yeah, we're about to wrap it up. I was going to let you go.
Yeah, it's cool. I just want to hit a couple. So one is they're joking. They're saying this is how the vegan cult pulls you in. What's funny about that is that's a whole example of the reverse level propaganda. We kind of touched on this before, but the word cult literally comes from blood ritual sacrifice. So the biblical scholarly term for the priestly class that instituted all the Levitical sacrificial laws and all of this, and even in the Greco-Roman sense, they are literally called the occult priesthood. It's that's where the origins of the occult is the temple blood ritual system.
Yeah.
The temple cult.
Also, Cam, I mean, we're missing a big phonetic link here.
Yeah.
When you sacrifice or slaughter animals, you are culling them. Animals which have been culled have been slaughtered or sacrificed. Culled. Cult.
Yeah.
CULLED. It's phonetically identical to cult. Cold.
There you go. There you go. So, yeah, the whole vegan thing is almost its own psyop. I mean, it's a 20th century word, and now it's become because of, like you said, the Soylent Green era, reverse propaganda. Bill Gates bought Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods. That's a whole psyop thing. Bill Gates's favorite food is a beef hamburger. He's said it across the board on multiple interviews. He's not here. Bill Gates is someone who is hedging his bets on playing the system, winning, you know, on levels of monetary gain, but also some occult level.
Tell me, it's like this, just real quick. It's like if you had all of the chemtrailers started pushing for clean air initiatives, and then they call clean air initiatives agenda psyop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, of course, the people who are making the problem are going to go invest in part of the solution and try and hijack the solution. That's not unique to food or vegetarianism. You'd say the same thing about vaccines if the vaccine manufacturers started promoting, some holistic alternative. Everyone would turn on that holistic alternative and say, "Oh, they're pushing this." You got to be careful of the association bias or the association fallacy, right? That because this thing is pushed by someone, it must be exclusive to their agenda.
Right.
No.
And the fact of the matter is, on the Bill Gates thing, is that he's actually just bought like almost all the farmland, including like vegetable-based crops. And so he's doing that too. But then the bigger point on even that is that most of those vegetable-based crops are fed to the animals we eat. So he's hedging his bets on the animal agricultural system big time. It's like his Beyond Meat stocks or whatever it was, like that's chump change compared to how much money he has in animal-based agriculture and vaccines.
Totally.
There was one other, or go ahead.
I was also just going to say that, you know, it is kind of true that the most processed vegan alternatives I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole unless
Yeah.
I'm starving on a road trip or something.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to eat vegan meat just because you choose to stop eating animal flesh. No one's going to prevent you from eating spinach, grains, beans, nuts, you name it. Olive
Right.
oil, fruits, grapes, all rich, decadent. If you want to go decadent, you can be decadent and indulgent if you want. No one's stopping you from eating bags of French fries or pizza or whatever you want. You don't have to eat the bugs. You don't have to eat the this and that. And notice the terminology they use. The plant-based is industrial plant-based. It's the factory plant-based.
Right.
Plant-based is not Genesis 1:29 philosopher's diet. Okay. Plato, Socrates, Pythagoras weren't eating Impossible Burgers. They're eating beans, nuts, local organic foods.
Right. Totally. There was one other
And I just got to say it. If you think that equals that, if you think that because sometimes they're talking about reducing cattle consumption to reduce emissions and things like that, you're reaching so far. You're reaching so hard. Flesh is the way of the land. Flesh is the way of the world. It is what's normalized, promoted. Vegans and vegetarians are always marginalized. Okay. Even in this whole climate change agenda, Palestine, you name it, whatever freakist leftoid gets to the top of the pyramid by shouting the loudest, vegetarianism is never in that conversation. It's always tucked away to the side. It might be used as a slandering term like soy boy, but vegetarianism never takes the main stage like climate change, this or that,
Right.
And if you really fall for that, you're pretty stupid. You're pretty stupid. If you really think, GMO soy burgers is the same thing as spinach, olive oil, good old organic vegetarian food. You're just dumb if you can't see past that.
Yeah, and someone brought this up earlier that one of the callers said something about money for subsidies or something, or they were like alluding to it. And that's a big point on this too, is that, the plant-based alternatives, I think there's room to innovate and get, have some fun with what we're able to create with plant-based alternatives, but we do want it to be pure and we want it to be like as holistic as possible. And the reality is that almost all of our government spending for agriculture goes to subsidize the animal agriculture industry because it's at such a deficit. There's literally caverns underground full of government cheese. Literally, like it's the funny phrase. There's literally cheese stored underground from all this government money that's just sitting there rotting more than it already is, because of how much money the lobbyists pump in to bolster the animal agriculture. It's billions and billions of dollars every year to millions, like a couple, like it's astronomically different, the plant-based subsidies versus the animal-based. So there's no room to really innovate because these industries don't have the funds to. So we do need to innovate though, and we need more demand. That's why we need to get the demand up. And the voting buying power up, I guess, in that way. So there was one last thing I was going to end on that's just came to my mind. I don't know why. Sometimes these things hit me as like, oh, you should say this because somebody, I don't know, maybe someone needs to hear it. But we talked a lot about, Jesus. We talked a lot about animal sacrifice. We talked a lot about how it relates to today. And we also talked about this Nazarene movement, not that much actually, but that's kind of what Christspiracy gets into a little bit, and we can talk about it on another pod. But I think in the terms of being a Christian, literally using that word Christian, I wanted to hit that the one thing that's lost on a lot of people because they don't study apologetics as much or Christian history or whatever is there is one reference that's known to be the earliest reference of Christians in history, and all apologists kind of point to this reference as like, oh, see, look, Christianity did exist really old, for all the people who try to pass it off as just astrological myth and all of this stuff, right? And that's Pliny's letter to Trajan. Pliny was a military official over the area of what is now kind of modern day Turkey. And he's writing to Trajan, the emperor of the Roman Empire, letting him know about these Christiani that are moving into town and how he's dealing with them because they're causing problems. Okay. So this is 111 AD. And all of the apologists worth their salt will refer to this as the earliest evidence of, in secular record, of a Christian sect or group, right? Now, what does Pliny say about them? It's very simple and specific. You can look it up after this if you want. Pliny's letter to Trajan. He says that these, I'm paraphrasing and using my own language, but it's what he's communicating. He says, Emperor Trajan, these Christiani are moving in. I don't know much about them except that they're like saying these prayers to Christ. They're also meeting in their homes, and they are swearing oaths to each other, but not to do some crime, as in making an oath as a conspiracy for a crime, but they're swearing to not steal, cheat, commit adultery, yada. So basically the 10 commandments of Moses, right? And after their prayers in this, they then sit down to eat innocent and harmless food, is the way that it's described. Now, to be fair, there will be some apologists that say that reference that he's saying is because there was a rumor that Christians were actually cannibals, because of kind of what the guy was saying before, like, oh, they eat the flesh and blood of Jesus, blah, blah. But that's quickly dispelled, is what he's actually saying, because in the following paragraph, he says, I've begun persecuting them and killing them if I find them, unless they renounce their faith. And since doing this, the temples are now frequented, which were long desolate, and the meat markets, the shambles, are now active again. So he's telling you that since the Christians moved in, the temple sacrifices and the meat markets shut down, and they're all eating innocent food. So if that's not just like, that is how he describes the first Christians. And then Trajan actually responds to him and says, good work, Pliny. Like, don't give them 3 chances, only give them 1 chance. And also make sure they observe the rites in front of you to denounce their faith. Meaning, literally what that means is they have to sacrifice an animal in front of you to prove that they're not Christians. So that's our earliest reference of Christians in secular record, which is even more reliable in a kind of critical historical sense.
So you're saying that one of the ways they would prove people weren't Christians before was to get them to sacrifice an animal?
Oh, that was the #1 litmus test. It's not just in that record. We have records from Josephus talking about this. We have later records of the Cathars in the Albigensian Crusade, which were a late kind of more, I'm not going to get into the history of the Cathars, but bottom line, they were a heavily persecuted sect of Christianity in Spain, and they were vegetarian.
Weren't they like France?
Yeah, or sorry, France.
France.
Yeah, France. I think there was some
same thing. Yeah, the borders have changed a lot. It's the same thing.
But yeah, the Cathars were heavily persecuted, just completely wiped out. And there's record of them. It's actually on our sources page for Christspiracy.com, where they were forced to kill chickens, and if they didn't kill the chicken, then they killed them because they were Cathars, they were Christians. And then there's another record in the Council of Ancyra, where it talks about a Christian who gave up. He gave up his Christianity he actually did it. He actually killed an animal because he was scared for his life. And then it's a letter from the church talking about how they can receive him back into the church or not. But then the funny thing is, in that same council, it talks about how bishops of the Orthodox Church who don't want to eat animal flesh, they must at least try it first and prove that they don't like the taste of it. And then if they still don't want to eat it, then they are allowed to continue being, abstaining from flesh as a bishop. But moving forward, they aren't allowed to like make a thing about it. They can't, you know, sit at a different table, or they can't, you know, make a fuss about it, basically. So there's all this conversation happening about this in the early church, because so many people are still carrying this on, despite the fact that the tradition is moving more towards meat eating.
Right. Well, Cam, I'm sure we could talk all night about a whole bunch of stuff. Part of me wishes we could, but you've got to get to sleep.
Yeah.
It's really cold. We've been going for almost 5 hours here. Cam pledged to 3 hours. Okay. So he's given us a lot more than he promised. Guys, make sure you go subscribe to Christspiracy. He's on Instagram, Christspiracy, and Cameron Waters on Instagram as well. You want to plug your stuff so I'm not missing anything?
Yeah, just check out at Christspiracy across the board on all platforms. We're typically most active on Instagram, but we're going to get more active more and more on YouTube as well. Check out the film, number one, first and foremost, right there at Christspiracy.com. The film's free to watch. There's an option to pay it forward if you wish to contribute. You know, just plug in it again. We bought this film back from Netflix with pretty much our own funds and the funds of, you know, supporting fans through Kickstarter and stuff. And we're just self-marketing and doing it rogue because Netflix wanted to censor elements out of the film. So any support you do give helps. And there's some there's some additional content if you pay it forward and stuff. And then let's see, outside of that, you can follow me, check out I'm active too. And I'm becoming more active on my own page at Cameron Waters on pretty much all platforms. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Right. And yeah, that's really it. We talked about a lot tonight. Go watch Christspiracy if you haven't already. Subscribe to all his stuff.
Yeah, and to anybody who came in from the Christspiracy world, be sure to subscribe to Dr. Narco Longo here, Old World, Florida. He is someone out there preaching the good news that God didn't make animals as food. So, yeah, he's one to keep your eye on, and he makes all kinds of good stuff. And I really appreciate you, Connor, giving your time as well, offering your space. And I'm sure it'll be the first of many.
Oh, for sure. This was a huge success. I was worried that we'd maybe only have half of the usual turnout, which is still a lot and still plenty and very grateful for. But we actually quintupled the we tripled our average turnout, doubled our kind of, you know, good show turnout. This is a top 3 turnout ever in the history of the channel.
Let's go.
That's that's a huge success. And guys, go subscribe to Cam. And that's it. I'm all out of gas. Forgive me. It's late here, but everyone go check him out. Thanks everyone for joining, and do your best to not eat dead animals.
Drink orange juice instead.
Orange juice, mangoes, bananas, coconut, all this stuff's amazing. I saw someone else put a comment in there saying that they're a flesh eater and they're like a muscle head. You know, what should they do? Some of the strongest people on earth are vegetarian. Vegans, vegetarians are overrepresented in professional sports at the highest levels. And okay, yeah. So blah, blah, blah. Everyone, thanks for your consideration, and hopefully we'll do one together soon. Adios.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child's play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheets. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfuck the thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no Abbo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post dated. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.